Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, different participants from different organizations. Good morning once again. I'm here to welcome you all for different participants. There are different people who are following this virtual launch ceremony of Human Rights and Conservation module at IPRC KITABI, who are following using different online links on YouTube and Microsoft Teams, and also physically as who are here, who are physically attending and following this event. Here we have different activities of today for this event. The agenda is divided into 3 parts. Number 1, we follow different speeches, divided also into 2. They are speeches given by the principal of IPRC KITABI by providing the welcoming remarks. Then we attend the pre-recorded speeches from US Fish and the key partners. And for session number 2, it will be made by the virtual presentations of different partners of IPRC KITABI. Then after, we follow the panel discussions on the main topic of human rights and conservation, which is an equation to ecosystem management and human activities. Me, who is here as MC, I'm Concord and Sengu Muremyi. I'm working with IPRC KITABI as the acting principal in charge of academics and training. And I would like immediately to invite the principal of IPRC KITABI to provide the welcoming remarks of today's event. Thank you very much.
Since I'm alone, I think I should take off my mask for the sake of being audible enough for you to follow me. And I would want maybe before I start my opening and welcoming remarks to remind you that COVID-19 is still alive. So please make sure that there is 1 meter and you are adhering to different COPs. We don't want you to go back home with the virus, as much as we know we have taken a good step in handling the case, at least for Rwanda. As you know, we are following this seminar on different platforms, social media. We have those that are with us here in this room, and we have those that are following us on different media and IT platforms. And therefore, if I recognize those who are here and not here, know that we have a bigger audience than this you can see. Let me welcome and recognize the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, said Anna, the U.S. Forest International, especially Olivier Sen, representatives from USAID, CALP, and RIFIAC, representatives from RDB, Rwanda Development Board, representatives from government and non-governmental international and national organizations, including the Special Guarantee Fund, WCS, ALCOS, ICN, University of Rwanda, Center of Excellence for Biodiversity and Natural Resource Management. All our viewers, where you have joined us from, either in Rwanda or outside Rwanda, especially USA, DRC, Cameroon, Gabon, and all our students who are not here with us. I want to welcome you to this seminar of today, the 25th November 2021, which is about human rights and conservation. It is my pleasure to welcome you to this ceremony when we launch a human rights and conservation module as one among so many other modules that will be delivered at IPRC KITABI in our advanced diploma in wildlife and conservation technology. This ceremony is a celebration of a long-term and good partnership and support from U.S. Fish and Wildlife Services through generous grants that have been provided to IPRC KITABI towards conservation, towards the conservation program that we offer at KITABI. Our partnership with U.S. Fish and Wildlife Services started in 2016, and over the years, this partnership has yielded tangible results. The grants we have received, the support and technical advice we've received from U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service has helped sponsor different students, especially international students, and so far 15 scholarships have been offered to students from DRC and a couple of Rwandan students. We have also reviewed our curriculum in wildlife management and upgraded it to advanced diploma in wildlife and conservation technology, and mainly integrating key emerging conservation issues, including wildlife trafficking, human rights and conservation, human rights and wildlife conflict, law enforcement, community-based conservation approaches, and other key conservation emerging issues that the world is trying to deal with. Through our partnership, again, our staff have been able to be trained either in Rwanda and making different visits to our similar or sister colleges in Central Africa, especially in Cameroon and DRC. And there are more planned teaching and training for our faculty. The program has also helped us with supplies that help us to do a field-based training for students to have hands-on training in conservation. So as we launch the Human Rights and Conservation module, I would like to reflect on the history and the core mandate of RP, IPRC KITABI, as well as our academic programs. Our vision as RP is to develop skills for a better destiny. As you see, we are trying to build a better tomorrow. And for us to be able to develop skills for a better tomorrow, we have to be able to use what we have today in a way that helps us to have the same access to resources tomorrow. And this is what conservation does. This vision we have is at the core and the center of all our programs, which include forest resource management, tourism and destination management, tours and travel, forestry and wood technology, of course not forgetting wildlife and conservation technology. All these programs are aimed at protecting and improving quality of life for nature and people. You cannot do conservation for the sake of conservation. You have to do it such that nature should be protected and improve the quality of nature for people. If you remove people into the conservation approaches, then our equation will not balance. And if we have to balance the equation, then people have to be at the center of this. And that's why we want to reflect on the human rights versus conservation today. So I want to conclude my remarks that extending my appreciation for those different institutions that we invited to help us understand much more on this concept of human rights and conservation, such that by the end of today, our own students who are the protectors of nature in the coming decades will be able to understand the concept, and certainly in the future when you are into different roles, you will be able to defend and protect nature, but also improve the quality of people. These institutions will include WCS, who will share their expertise and experience in different approaches on how they are approaching nature, how they are approaching human rights or community safeguards put in place to ensure that conservation practices balance the equation, as our theme say. We also have ICN, we also have RDB, we also have a representative or the guest from the Special Guarantee Fund, and different technical experts from academia. They will share with us different experiences on how they are approaching human rights issues in protecting the nature that we all depend on. So as we look today, I want to end this remark by extending my thanks to the organizers of this seminar, but also extend our thanks to those who are going to participate, especially those that are going to give online or virtual presentations wherever they are. As I told you, we are going to have presentations of different people from different countries, DRC, USA, and others are based in Rwanda or Africa. And our followers are also from different areas of this country, but also outside Rwanda. They'll be following us on YouTube and Microsoft Office. branches. So I want to thank all those that are going to share with us their experience. The students who are here, you're very smart. We love you, and we want you to take this opportunity to follow all the discussions that will take place here, but also draw some lessons that we will use tomorrow when you are managing natural resources. As I told you, it's an audience from different programs, forestry, that's nature, also tourism. The best product you are going to be selling is nature, or those who will be managing tourism products or destinations, nature is part of what you are going to be managing and selling to different people. So this is an opportunity for you to listen, follow up, and take advantage of this platform and gain much more knowledge, especially experiences from different conservation organizations across Africa and the world. Let me now take this opportunity to welcome a statement from the Assistant Director of U.S. Fish and Wildlife, who are our great partners in this seminar, but also in our conservation efforts at IPRC KITABI. And since she's not here with us physically, but she was able to record a statement for us, and I will request everyone to follow it up. And I know where she is in the US, together with other colleagues, especially Nancy. They will be following all that we are going to be sharing here. And in the future, when COVID has lowered, they will come and visit, especially you students, and share much more. So without taking a lot of time, let me ask our colleagues to play the statement from the Assistant Director, U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, and warm greetings to Her Excellency, the Minister of Education in Rwanda, the U.S. Ambassador to Rwanda, Vice Chancellor of Rwanda Polytechnic, the CEO of the Rwanda Development Board, distinguished representatives from universities, NGOs, the U.S. Forest Service, partners, and students. My name is Anna Seidman, and I'm Assistant Director of International Affairs for the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. It's my great pleasure to speak to you today on behalf of the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service and to congratulate Rwanda Polytechnic IPRC KITABI on the launch of the new Human Rights and Conservation module. Thank you for joining with us in this valuable effort that reflects the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service's commitment to partnering with regional institutions to build capacity for wildlife conservation, which includes addressing the needs, rights, and well-being of indigenous and local communities. IPRC KITABI is one of the few colleges devoted to training protected area staff in the Central Africa region. The U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service's International Affairs Program has a long-term partnership with IPRC KITABI to support scholarships for students from the region and the development of conservation-based curricula. With this program, launched in 2 phases, including an initial 3-year cooperative agreement in 2016, followed by a new 5-year cooperative agreement in 2019, the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service's International Affairs Program provides scholarships to key protected area staff in Eastern Democratic Republic of Congo and Rwanda to earn diplomas in wildlife management and return to work in their country's national parks. The partnership also supports faculty development, in particular, to incorporate into the college's curriculum new teaching materials on emerging threats to wildlife and transboundary park management. This curriculum on human rights was developed as part of a partnership between the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service and the U.S. Forest Service's international affairs programs with engagement and input from regional experts, including Wildlife College and university faculty. IPRC KITABI's new Human Rights and Conservation module recognizes the rich biodiversity across Central Africa and the critical role that Indigenous and local communities play in its protection. This module demonstrates a commitment to ensuring that Indigenous and local rights and values are incorporated into all levels of training for conservationists. We recognize IPRC KITABI as an essential and trusted partner that is building conservation capacity across Central Africa. IPRC KITABI in Rwanda, Garua Wildlife College in Cameroon, National School for Water and Forests, Gabon, and other members of the RIFIAC network of forestry and environmental training institutions of Central Africa are making an institutional commitment to develop capacity regarding protected area management and wildlife conservation, and to emphasize the importance of integrating Indigenous and community rights into conservation efforts. We thank the representatives from these colleges and universities who are attending today. The U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service looks forward to continuing to work with all of our partners to promote the importance of respecting and protecting human rights in our shared wildlife conservation mission. We appreciate and recognize your leadership in training current and future protected area personnel on the most critical and relevant issues facing protected areas. Congratulations and wishes for success to IPRC KITABI, RIFIAC institutions, and their students. Thank you.
That's the beauty of technology. COVID thought.
Good afternoon, and warm greetings to our.
Thank you very much. I was saying that that's the beauty of technology. She was not able to make it to Rwanda, but she promised, and the entire U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service team, as well as the U.S. Embassy at one point, to visit us at IPRC KITABI as we continue to partner on how to best deliver conservation education in Rwanda. As we're going to enter into the second session of our seminar, which is mainly composed of different virtual presentation from different organizations, I want to say that we are going to unlock the concept of human rights and how it relates to conservation. I know most of you are familiar with the word conservation or nature conservation. Cyangwa se kubungabunga ibidukikije. But how is it connected to human rights? Human rights, or basic human rights that we know, include the right to life, the right to food, the right to shelter, security, and so on. And what we'll be actually reviewing or trying to discuss with you is how all those conservation approaches that we have had over the years respond to the rights of people, to the right of life, to the right of having enough food, security, and shelter. Are those conservation approaches pro or against those human rights? We have had reports of where there have been conflicts, there have been deprivation, people being deprived of their rights to have access to nature because of a different conservation approach. And through different presenters, whether in protected areas, whether in landscapes, different landscapes, be it agricultural landscapes and farming landscapes, all the presenters are going to help us to connect those two, human rights and conservation. And I want to once again, thank you. Invite Concord to take us through the next session. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Principal. These previous keynote addresses from U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service official lead us to the next session, which is mainly made by these virtual presentations. And we will start with the human rights in protected areas as the role of teaching institutions in Central Africa by Professor Theodore Trefon from the Royal Museum for Central Africa. After this, we follow some lessons from the involvement of the communities in conservation approaches in Rwanda as a review of legal policy framework and community conservation projects around protected areas, which will be done by the head of Department, Tourism and Conservation from Rwanda Department Board. So I would like to request the technical team to let us follow this virtual presentation from the human rights in the protected areas. Thank you very much.
Hello, hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, we do. We do.
Okay, good. Good morning, everyone. My first comment is a reflection on what you said about the beauty of technology. And there I take a little bit issue of that because I can see that you're all together and there's a human contact there, and here we are in front of our computer screens. So the beauty of technology has its limits as well. I would have very much enjoyed being with you there. So I'm going to introduce myself. My name's Theodore Trefon. I'm a social scientist, and I have a long commitment to the very Democratic Republic of the Congo. I've been here numerous times, covered a lot of territory, protected areas, dealing with social science issues. And my anchor institution is in Belgium. It's the Royal Museum for Central Africa, where I've been able to have a lot of freedom in my research agenda. And what's probably most important for this module on human rights in protected areas is my experience in one of your sister institutions, which is called IPRC. So it's an institution of higher learning in Kinshasa, and it's very much an interdisciplinary petri dish where students from usually around 10 different countries per year, about 40 students, all discuss the best ways to deal with conservation, forest management, environmental governance, all of these important things, wildlife management, GIS. So I guess that why I want to emphasize my role at IPRC is linked to the fact that maybe I was one of the appropriate persons to design this module. I'm certainly not going to present the module itself because I know that you'll be teaching it and it's available to all. But what I would like is just to take a couple of minutes to explain to you how this thing came to life. So the making of, in other words, the process of going from an idea launched by the U.S. Forest Service, the international programs, to what I think we can consider is a pretty substantial piece of teaching material. And this teaching material focuses on very complex issues about conservation practices and considers the context in which conservation practitioners work. Now, your students and your staff are dealing with really important international priorities that are highlighted constantly, and I think that probably one of the most important examples of that is the results of the Glasgow meeting last week, COP26, where it was agreed to pledge about $100 billion for countries in the Congo Basin. So, that means that these pledges are very, very significant, but being the capacity absorption is something else. So that's why your work is so important, because you're actually training people that will be able to absorb some of these huge amounts of funds that are going into the Congo Basin countries for conservation. And obviously, as the other presenters that have preceded me have emphasized, the very direct links between conservation and the needs, expectations, rights, desires of ordinary people living and depending on these forest resources. Another thing that probably helped my understanding of these issues Commission to do an assessment on due diligence, because that Salonga Rangers were accused of some pretty serious human rights violations. Now, with respect to the making of this module, first off, I have to emphasize that it was a great team effort by a team of Central African and international interdisciplinary experts and on-the-ground practitioners. I'm not going to cite the names of every person who was involved and to whom we are indebted, but I do have to say that one name does stand out and deserves to be broadcast. Thank you, Nancy Gelman, for your amazing marshalling talents, faith in the process, political sensitivity, and capacity to connect the dots between concepts and practicalities. So here, a hand of applause for Nancy Gelman. Thank you very much, Nancy.
Thank you very much, too.
The module went through multiple iterations, having been reviewed by a wide range of experts at different phases of completion. Now, not every comment or suggestion was integrated, but they were all thought through. It was very, very difficult to have something that satisfied over 25 reviewers that all made comments. Just one example is the whole sequencing thing in the module, because some people suggested, well, even before you start with the concept, we have to do the anthropology module first. And then others were saying, no, it's all about political economy, so we have to start with the political economy analysis section. So there was no real consensus about which module needs to go first in the sequencing, but I'm going to come to that in a minute about how it needs to be dynamic. So the result is a compromise. The result of what you see, what the trainers have in front of them in this module, is a compromise that needs to be considered as a dynamic set of classes to be adapted by each instructor in each teaching institution according to their levels of competence, their needs, the expectations of their students, and the capacities to teach with a combination of theoretical dimensions and in the field. So in other words, it will be up to the institutions and the instructors to decide how they want to use and customize the material. Whatever the choice, learning needs to be problem-based. And so I know that you people are very, very pragmatic, and so you want to solve problems, and so try to work through how the suggestions in this module can help solve your specific problems with respect to conservation, the degree of understanding of your students and rangers about, what exactly does human rights mean? Who is it for? How can we improve? How can we be better actors in this field? I want to emphasize that my personal hope for this module is that it remain a dynamic work in progress. It's not something that is a done deal. It's something that you people have to consider as it's in the public space now, and how can you improve it? How can you improve it? How can you move ahead with it? How it can be adapted, and how it can follow up on what was a fairly long process. It took about a year and a half, but that long period of a year and a half enabled all of us, all of the people involved, to acquire the necessary maturity to tie all of these issues together. Now, why do we consider that this module is a big deal? And here I want to emphasize that it is a big deal because you have a lot of responsibilities on your shoulders. It's a big deal because it will help instructors teach human rights in protected areas in a holistic way. Holistic way, that's the key business here. How can we tie together a lot of different approaches and a lot of different concepts? We have to draw on different disciplines, different experiences. Holistic is often used synonymously with an integrated approach. So in other words, we can't just have someone looking at, well, the law says this, but the question of what do people believe is legitimate, is that in contradiction or does that support the law? That's a very, very big thing. So this module will help rangers understand the need to balance legitimacy and legality in their daily tasks as protected area managers. And of course, by doing so, they're going to reinforce their awareness about what human rights actually mean. Another argument that can contribute to why this module is a big deal is because it creates situational awareness and acceptance to foster viable relationships between communities and rangers. It's all about establishing good relations between park managers and rangers. And I very much like the motto of Search for Common Ground that repeatedly hammers on the nail that never underestimate the value of a relationship. And this is something that rangers really need to improve their relations with communities, and communities need to improve their relations with rangers. So this is really a module that helps foster better relationships. Another argument, of course, is the way that this module will improve ranger effectiveness in combating wildlife crime and resolving conflicts over natural resources. And the conflicts over natural resources are not going to go away. There's increasing conflict over natural resources, whether it be in protected areas. You have a lot of illegal activities, whether it be gold or diamond mining in protected areas, whether it be extraction of timber or production of charcoal in protected areas. So there are multiple conflicts, not to minimize the problems of human-wildlife conflicts as well, which is a major challenge, and sometimes, as we've noticed in the north of the Republic of Congo, that sometimes conservation works so well. There's increased elephant populations, but what happens then is that people stop farming because elephants eat their crops, and so this has a food security issue. So The module gives a lot of attention to how to manage conflicts and tensions, because if you want to prepare for peace and security, you have to know how to deal with conflict. And this is something that is one of the transversal themes in the module. And another issue related with the question of conflict and tensions is that the module should help contribute to creating and strengthening public trust in rangers, because this, again, is one of your big responsibilities. How can rangers be considered as friends for conservation and friends for protected areas and conservation, and not only be handicap or obstacles for people's livelihoods, their well-being, and to move ahead with the really big challenges of how to balance the needs of populations with conservation. So I'm going to stop here. I'm available for more questions about the making of the module, and I thank you very much, and I congratulate you for this important launch of this module. I wish I could be there. Hopefully next year I'll be able to launch it with you during the next promotion. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you very much. Yes, I would like to know really if there are some people who may have some questions to be addressed to Professor Theodore, but I still have one question from the principal of IPRC KITABI, and I can give him the microphone.
Is Theodore still online? Theodore, can you hear us? Maybe let me ask my question. You get time to answer it, either through online. My question relates to the presentation that you just made. You explained very well how academic institution, especially higher learning institution, can intervene to build capacity of the very people who will be implementing the different conservation programs and projects in the region. And since we will be training different people, in your view, who do you see as the people or the level or different experts who would be benefiting from this training for human rights and conservation? Who do you think should be trained, at what level, and from what level? Is it senior managers, middle managers, or communities? Who do you see as the target people to be trained within this module? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Principal, and I think we can hear from the Professor Theodore to address the questions from the Principal. Thank you. You are welcome, Professor. Probably he's muted. Yes, Professor, we are not hearing from you. Are you muted? We are not hearing from you. We are not. We do not hear.
Respect the rights of all of the different people involved in conservation and living in the area, whether it be indigenous peoples, whether it be, ordinary people. It's everyone's responsibility. Now, obviously, the academic training is destined for rangers and for staff in the wildlife colleges. So there has to absolutely be a trickle-down effect. You have a big responsibility as training institutions to make sure that every single person that gets a degree from your institution is sensitive to the needs, the rights, the expectations of all of the people that you will be dealing with. And so it's not something that we can say it's the responsibility of the park warden to do this. No, it's the responsibility of every person working in the conservation field. And conservation is a partnership. It's not going to happen if someone says, it's not my responsibility to deal with that person's rights, because it's the responsibility of the warden, it's the responsibility of the Congolese ICCN or the Rwandan ministry. No, it's every single person's responsibility, and that is something that is neatly woven into the module, that conservation and human rights is far too big of a challenge and a priority to be left to only a select few. Everyone has to be on board.
We are very happy for your contribution, and I would like to know if we can have one more question to be addressed to Professor Theodore. If we don't have, we can thank. Much thanks to Professor Theodore for his presentation and contribution to the post questions. So before listening the lessons from the involvement of the communities in conservation approaches in Rwanda, I would like to welcome Dr. Michelle Gilland from the WCS. Yeah, he'll be telling us about the rights and communities, conservation, social safeguards. Thank you very much. Technical team can help us to, yes, thank you. Good.
Okay, Muraho. So, thank you very much. Can you guys see my presentation?
Yes.
Great. Okay. So thank you all very much for inviting me to present to you. I am also based in Kigali, but today is a big holiday called Thanksgiving, so I'm busy preparing a lot of food for the holiday. It's an American holiday. So I work for the Wildlife Conservation Society. I'm their director for rights and communities in Africa. And I've been working in Africa in different countries for 20-some years, including in Rwanda around Nyungwe. And at the moment, we're also working with the Ministry of Environment to develop a big carbon program here in Rwanda. So I just wanted to take a few minutes. I know we're running behind schedule, so I won't talk too long, but I thought I'd give you a few examples of what we do as a conservation organization working with governments and people like yourselves to protect wildlife. So yes. as we all know, biodiversity conservation is more important than ever. Yep.
Yes, Doctor. So you said that we can see your presentation, but really, we cannot see your presentation. I don't know what happened.
Okay. I think Theodore said that he could see. So maybe there's a technical problem.
In the beginning,
Yeah.
we could see, but now we can't.
I can see.
Okay. Let me try again. And if not, then I can just talk through it.
Yes.
Can you see it now?
No.
Well,
Yes, now.
I would respectfully request that the organizers try to get this presentation, because the images are absolutely stunning.
Okay. Can you see it now?
No.
Yeah, biodiversity conservation more important than ever. We can see.
Perfect. Right. So you can see,
We don't see.
as Theodore talked about with the COP in Scotland. Maybe everybody else needs to mute, because I'm getting a lot of feedback. Okay, so we've got biodiversity conservation is more important than ever, right? We are all in conservation because it's super important, right? We need forests, we need savannas and watersheds in order to mitigate climate change that is coming, but also for all the life of the whole planet, right? And this is particularly important in Rwanda as well as the Congo Basin. And so the trees are not enough, right? We all need wildlife. We need, you know, the small plants that live in the forest, because it's a whole system. So if we don't have the wildlife, we don't have healthy forests. And so, you know, we need people like yourselves to be on the front lines to protect this great biodiversity that your country and other countries have. And part of that work is addressing illegal wildlife traffickers who are, sorry, I've got a crazy dog here, who are trafficking birds, pangolins, bushmeat, ivory, etc., right? And so part of your work, much of your work, is dealing with these criminal elements who are threatening your forests. But a big part of it, like Theodore said, is also working with the communities that live in those forests and savannas or around them, right? And so all of our work, whether it's working against criminals or it's working with communities, you know, is very important, and we can't do it without them. So safeguards need to be integral to our work, right? And this includes, as Theodore said, you know, improving our relationships with community partners, and social safeguards and the programs that you guys are going to be learning in this course will help you improve those relationships, will help protect the reputation of yourselves, your colleagues, and the protected areas. And it helps comply with different regulations that are being are put upon us all by international standards, as well as those people who financially support our efforts. And so today, conservation social safeguards are pretty much standard procedures, right? So some of you may ask, what is safeguards, right? And we like to think of it at WCS in a very simple way. It's guarding the safety of the people with whom we work and who our work affects. Right, so if you're talking to somebody else and they're like, what is this, right? You can think about it like environmental safeguards, right? Which we put environmental safeguards in place to protect the environment from harm. And so social safeguards are measures to protect people from harm. And in conservation practice, which is what I do, and working with our field teams, we need to understand there are many different types of safeguards. And I'm sure this whole list, you might not be able to see it very well, but just know that we need safeguards for when we do research with people, like if we're monitoring bushmeat consumption, for example, or if we're trying to create new protected areas, or let's say we want to increase the size of a protected area, like Volcanoes National Park, right? There are certain things that we have to do. So I'm not going to bore you with all of them, but my point is that different safeguards need applied in different places. So if you're working in a national park, you have certain safeguards that you need to do, whereas perhaps your research teams might have different safeguards that they need to do. And otherwise, if you're working with communities, there are other things as well as policy or counter wildlife trafficking. So at WCS, we take safeguards very seriously. We work in 60 different countries, but we also have a zoo. So we have a world famous zoo called the Bronx Zoo, where we have 4 million visitors a year, right? So protecting their safety and ensuring that our staff, whether they're a ranger in Okapi Wildlife Reserve or they're a zookeeper at the zoo, we all need to make sure that we're doing, that we're protecting our visitors, that we're protecting our community members and different stakeholders. So at WCS, we have codes of conduct. We have policies on displacement, conservation, and human rights. We have research procedures, etc. So I don't want to go into all the details, but note that I'm sure that your institutions also do. We also have sexual harassment policies, workplace violence protection programs, and whistleblower policies, right? Because we also understand that sometimes there's social pressure to not speak out. And so we want to ensure that all staff have the ability to tell the truth or to, explain when there's something bad that happens. So our work, taking all of those policies, like how do we make them happen, right? So we have what's called a community rights-based approach, which is really about ensuring that the communities have a voice and that they can participate in creating programming in the field, whether that's around Okapi or Ndoki National Park. And I'm sure, IGCP and, the Rwanda Development Board also needs to do that around volcanoes, around Nyungwe, and around Gishwati. So one of the things that is most important is what's called FPIC, right? Free, prior, informed consent. And so that's a policy that ensures that, when we're going to do something that's going to impact a community's ability to access their resources, like let's say expanding Volcanoes National Park, or let's say in DRC, having hunting zones inside the reserve to allow communities to hunt, right? We need to work with them and give the communities the information that they need to make decisions to work with us. We've also got videos to help communities understand what FPIC, which is free, prior, informed consent, what it is. Now, I'm not sure that this video is going to work. Can you hear it? So, can you hear that video? I'm not sure you can.
Still connecting.
No, we cannot.
Okay.
Yes.
Anyway, so you can see at least the video. And what we do is we show these videos to the communities to explain what can happen in a programming and explaining what they can do. So anyways, I'm not going to go into all of those details. Another activity that we have related to social safeguards is a grievance redress mechanism, right? And that grievance mechanism is a system that enables community members and stakeholders to voice their concerns. And, the GRM fills obligations under international laws, It holds staff accountable for actions, but it also is a way for communication to happen between communities or stakeholders and your protected area management team, right? And it can also help resolve conflicts that maybe there's misunderstandings, but also there may be misconduct, right? And a grievance mechanism helps protect the park, but and staff, and it also allows the communities to raise rightful claims that they may have. Right, but a grievance mechanism doesn't replace any of your whistleblower hotlines or codes of conducts that you may have. The different steps in a GRM includes when they submit a grievance, assessing, is this grievance credible or not, right? Because sometimes people make accusations that aren't true, right? And that's where protecting our rangers from a false claims is really important, right? So that step in assessing whether or not it's a true claim or not is important. We do an investigation, then we have resolution sessions to ensure that we can solve the problems that we have with an individual or with the community itself. And then we communicate the resolution process. Another important thing is staff and ranger trainings, right? And you've got this great module that you're going to be studying, right? And as Theodore said, everybody needs trained, right? Whether it's a ranger, whether it's the boss, whether it's your community staff, right? It's important for everybody to be able to have the skills that they need to protect themselves and to protect others. So the last slide here is just some key lessons that we've learned over implementing safeguards over the past couple of years. This is new, right? And so it's difficult and it takes a lot of time to design the courses and to ensure that we can install these safeguard policies into practice. It costs a lot of money, right? So here I'm speaking to different donors, right? That we need to ensure that we're investing properly so that we have the money that we need and the resources to do this well. And also that we need support from human rights experts such as Dr. Trefon, as well as partnerships across the conservation world, whether it's an agency or an NGO, right? Because we all have a lot to learn and we all need to partner with each other. So thank you very, very much. Oh, and I can't hear anybody. I don't know.
I would like to request even the participant to clap their hand for your good presentation. Yes, I would like to know again if we have some people with some questions to be addressed to Professor Michel. Yes, do we have? Yes, we have one.
Thank you, Michelle, for sacrificing your time to join us and give us a presentation. I know you are warming up for another celebration, this Thanksgiving. So, and I hope we are invited. My question is related to your presentation. Again, how would higher education institutions, for example, work through different programs from an NGO perspective in order to reach out to different conservation practitioners in terms of knowledge transfer and skills transfer as concerned? Is there a better way to, from a conservation, from an organizational perspective, how academic or higher education institution can work together to deliver such kind of skill sets that are required if you have best practices that you know of where this kind of training have been given or delivered to different audiences in partnership with different NGOs, and how that it would be done. Because it is a learning process, and I would want to imagine that if a combination of higher education institution worked with NGO, they would be able to deliver much more knowledge, because there is a lot of experience to share, which academic institutions or higher education institution might not necessarily have. So is there a best way or a model that we can have and use to transfer the knowledge? Thank you.
Let's work together, right? It's so new, and even our staff, like we're needing to do all sorts of trainings for our staff. So for example, right now, we need to train about 200 rangers in Tanzania. So we had a meeting with the director of wildlife in Tanzania 2 days ago to talk about this and how we can partner with Pasiansi and Weka to make this happen, right? So I think what you guys can do is to reach out to the international NGOs that work in your country, and let's see how we can work together. And I think, I really want to say thank you to Fish and Wildlife and to Nancy, because this is so important. And it's great that, Dr. Trefon, has been working with Garawa and setting up new modules. I think that practical experiences in the field would also be of use, right? And to come to one of the national parks that has safeguard systems in place, and to look at how, what lessons have we learned and what do we still have to learn, right? So I think we can also be learning from you as well. So.
Okay. Thank you very much. And I would like to ask the second question. And as you have a very good experience in the rights and the communities across the countries of the Africa, different countries may have different community challenge vis-a-vis to their rights, vis-a-vis to their right on the conservation, protection of protected areas. I wanted to know if there are some linkages of those different issues across different countries, or is there some specific problems, for example, that you may found in Tanzania or which may not found here in Rwanda? What is really the driving or the cause roots of those different challenges, and how do you deal with those challenges in different countries? Or do you use the same approaches, or you have different strategies to handle them? Thank you very much.
Thank you. It's a great question. So we have I'm working with my team, so I have safeguards people on my teams, and we're coming up with a core group of concepts and policies, right, and training modules that can be done everywhere. But you're absolutely right. Every country is different, right? So, for example, in Rwanda, we don't talk about different groups of people, and so we need to make sure that we're focusing on everybody. In Congo Brazzaville, there is a specific law related to indigenous people. In Tanzania, the government doesn't really want to hear too much about human rights, but they are very interested to hear about social safeguards, right? And each country has different policies and laws related to rights, safeguards, indigenous people, etc. And each country has a different ranger training program. So we do definitely have to do a legal analysis in each country, and then figure out what works best and make sure that we're working hand in hand with the government to ensure that we're helping the government rather than going against different government policies.
Yeah, thank you very much, Dr. Michelle. If we do not have more questions for you, I think we can thank you for your time, for your contribution to this event. And we are very happy for your time, for your contribution. Now we are together with Muvunyi Richard from RDB. And this is a moment to listen from him about lessons from the involvement of communities in conservation approaches in Rwanda, a review of legal policy framework, and the community conservation project around the protected areas. And yes, he came in, I think, in 15 minutes. Maybe I wanted to take him in the activities already we are in. So, Mr. Richard Muvunyi, we covered different presentations. You physically, and you are the first presenter who is going to tell us face to face about how different lessons from the involvement of communities in conservation approaches in Rwanda. And we are really very happy to have you here, and this is your time. Thank you very much.
Good morning. I hope you are still good morning. Do you want me to remove this? Okay, here I'm safe. Pleasure to be here this morning and pleasure to talk to you. My name is Richard Muvunyi. I am a wildlife veterinarian. I work under Rwanda Development Board in Conservation Department. I'm in charge of wildlife healthy research and monitoring. A little bit of a background. I'm happy that I'm here to talk to IPRC KITABI, younger or future conservationists. In 2017, I was delighted to take a lead as a project coordinator for a project that was through KITABI and ICF for the conservation of gray crown cranes in Rwanda. So I was part of KITABI too. Without wasting some time, I just also want to share with you the overview of conservation and human rights in Rwanda. Conservation, all the conservation work that is being done, all the successful milestone that we have gone through, and how it have incorporated human rights. So just a quick one to give you a little bit. I understand that you have been with some presenters. They have given an overview about conservation and human rights. Just a quick throwing back that some actions that we are doing to conserve the nature and natural resources, they are all closely related to humans or to rights of the people, either to secure their livelihoods, their healthy, and also productive environment in their life. So, for the good conservation activities that are aimed to ensure or to achieve conservation goals, they all contribute positively to our fundamental human rights. You may ask, which are those? I believe that I'm talking to the audience who is familiar to this. So, as an example, those conservation goals that are aimed, we benefit from them as we take involvement in decision making. As a community, as we believe that conservation is for the people. So for the good conservation goals, there are aims to involve the community in taking the their involvement in conservation actions, taking decisions, ownership, and so on. But also, conservation negative activities also undermines all those good, undermines the human rights, all the rights, the benefits that we should have been benefiting from the nature or the environment. In the context of Rwanda, we want to just give you an overview that conservation in Rwanda is eagered with a mission to conserve the rich biodiversity of Rwanda for the sustainable development. You may ask why, or what are those sustainable development? We shall go through all those and you will see. And those sustainable development are for the both wildlife and the people. Because we take the context that the nature and people have to live in a balanced way. In that case, doing so, we counter local community and other partnership. We counter the local community engagement and partnership in all our conservation actions. You all understand that Rwanda has 4 national parks, and all the 4 national parks, they have community-owned national parks. And our conservation is all streamed in those areas and also other areas beyond national parks. We are not doing this as Rwanda. It's not only Rwanda's context, but also we have multiple bilateral agreements that Rwanda have been signed, either treaties or other conservation or convention agreements that also gives a bigger policy lines that we also adopt and implement. Talk about conservation or biological diversity. taking an example of the Convention of the Biological Diversity that Rwanda have been a party, ratified years back. We have been implementing CBD in Rwanda for many years. Just to borrow some key elements in there. Within the CBD, we have lines that protect, engage, and encourage customary use of biological resource in accordance with traditional cultural practices that are compatible with conservation and sustainable requirements. You understand that even in the CBD, that gives the bigger lines, there is a duty to protect and encourage customary the use of biological resources. Also, within the CBD, it encourages how these use of biological resources are being equitably shared and communities benefits from all those utilization, either knowledge or other innovative and practices that are being done within conservation of biological diversity. In its element 2 of the CBD, on the protected area, there is a focus of a specific governance, participation, equity, and benefit sharing of protected area establishment and management. Recently, we have gazetted the Gishwati National Park, Gishwati Mukula National Park, as a national park. And in that context, through the management policy, the management plans, we are involving Gishwati Mukula and the communities around to be involved, to be part. We have been implementing different policies, including revenue sharing with the community. When we launched Gishwati, automatically the community around Gishwati National Park was also catered for into that program. The Nagoya Protocol also provides the legal framework which will also implement in our country, that also promotes the fair and equitable sharing of benefits arising from utilization of those resources. So that was an overview of the international agreements that we are obliged to, or we are party, and we take all those lines to implement into, to adopt into our national legal and policy frameworks that implements conservation, biodiversity, in large. Taking from that context of international, bringing back to our national perspective, we all know our constitution. Our constitution in its article, the constitution of 2003 that was revised in 2014, in its article 53, it gives a duty to every Rwandan to protect, safeguard, and promote the environment. Maybe you will refer to that later. In that context, our laws that have been developed, our policies that have been developed, have been taking into consideration of the involvement of the community and even sharing, benefit sharing in a fair and equitable way to the community. I will not go into different legal apparatus that we have. I know that we have environmental law, we have the penal code, we have the laws that are establishing national parks, we have agreements that are cross-border boundaries. All those have been established in a context to also cater for the community benefits. Just to narrow in the recent gazetted law, the biodiversity law, which was gazetted in 2 weeks back, in its article 22 of the new biological diversity law, it provides the rights on access to genetic resource and the fair and equitable sharing of benefits arising from the utilization of those resources. Also in its article 39, it also provides the rights to those who need to own wildlife and also other related rights in those in the context of wildlife and conservation. But also looking at these legal apparatus, all legal documents, going back, our system for the law prostitution, we have been implementing a fair and equitable penalties, whereby in the recent law, the highest penalty for someone committing a crime against these conservation actions, it is a penalty of 25 years in prison. While in other countries, we may find that there are countries putting a penalty of death to someone who may commit either poaching of ivory and so forth. For us, it is 25 years, which is still a fair. Just talk about how we have implemented the benefits, or we have involved the community in our conservation programs. We have initiated a revenue sharing policy whereby a 10% of revenues from tourism are being shared back into communities to support their different developmental projects. Those projects, the communities are the ones to decide which projects to take. They are decided themselves. Okay, this program has been on since from 2005. And now we are still implementing. So far we have covered 46 sectors, around 14 districts, with 728 projects that have been funded, worthy 5.8 million USD that have gone into revenue sharing programs to support the community projects. Again, we have in conservation, we understand that communities need to understand their benefits. So we have a program where we raise awareness through the community around all national parks and also other protected areas around the country. With that also, we have a compensation policy and a compensation law, which my friend, my colleague will talk about later, whereby 5% of revenues from the tourism are also shared back to the compensation, which we call special guarantee fund, to support damages that may be caused by wildlife. Talking about those, I want to share just an example that we are implementing. Probably you have heard about the expansion of Volcano National Park. You may be asking yourself, why do we want to expand the park? So Rwanda supports globally significant wildlife, including the one of only 2 remaining population of the endangered mountain gorilla. The expansion is aimed to ensure that conservation and communities are sustainable in the long term. And this is the government's plan. Community and conservation sustainable in a long term. This also reflects the mission that I have mentioned while starting, that our conservation is founded on a fundamental mission of sustainable development, conservation for sustainable development. And why? For the future generation, my child, your child, to enjoy the future, to enjoy those resources. In the volcano expansion, it has like 4 components, but I will talk about only 2 components that are involving the communities. Recently, in this year, we have launched an IDP model village in Kinigi that accommodates 144 families. I have prepared a presentation. I'm sorry that you were not able to, I was not able to present so that you can see this model, but those that have heard about it, you know the value of this model. They are good model villages that have been constructed, and now communities are they are settled in these villages. So within our program for expansion, we have catered and we have considered the communities that are around all the area that we want to expand. The area is more than 3,000 hectares that is going to be expanded, and it will also form part of the buffer zone which will be used in trying to develop some projects that communities will benefit. Also, those communities that are around, one of the key solutions that we are thinking about is building these model villages so that communities can be settled in, and then we develop projects that can help them in their livelihood. Almost total of 6,620 hectares adjacent to the national park will be transformed and will improve the socio-economic growth of the Rwandans that are settled there. You can imagine, when we take into account, it's almost 3,400 families that will be settled into that area within those areas. So, in a nutshell, concluding with my presentation, I am happy to share with you that Rwanda recognizes that human rights are the center of achieving effective, equal, and long-lasting conservation and developmental outcomes. I end my story here, unless there is any question. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your good presentation. Yeah, we learned about lessons for involving community in conservation, case of Rwanda, and really with different good policies, stronger laws, especially those dealing with punishment and fines for those who do not consider it or who do not protect well the biodiversity resources. I would like to start, yes, with my questions. Yes, it's very good, really. You learned about community involvement in conservation, in protected area management, which is good. Also with clear policies and the laws. And you know, the community, people from community, especially those around protected area may have negative attitudes which become really a very big issue to the implementations, to the achievement of our long-term vision of our country. You used really different medias, including this radio, television, to make aware for different people. But it would also be better if someone doesn't go and kill a niche or a bird or kill a snake by while knowing why it is not or it is prohibited to kill any kind of biodiversity resources. What is your future plan? What is your strategies to make sure that the people are complying with your already established laws and policies by knowing that this, yes, I do not do this because this has a clear contribution to my life, to the to development, to ecosystem services. I want to know really what is your plan to make sure that the people are not killing or damaging the biodiversity, knowing in mind the reason why they are contributing to the protection. Because you can find someone killing a kind of biodiversity, but he may be aware that it is not good to kill it or to damage it, but he has also to be aware, to be in deep why killing or damaging a niche of bird is not good. Do you have any other strategies for those, especially those difficult to deal with negative attitude, to make sure that all of them are very aware in different corners of the country? Thank you very much.
Thank you for your question. That is a good question. Just to say that we are celebrating a step forward with our legal, that the new law that have been gazetted has different, or have different changes compared to the previous laws that we had. In that context, there are either few or more items or aspects that came in that needs the public to understand. One, that was a first step to see that we are at least trying to have a law that encompasses all the aspects in conservation. That was one. Two, through our awareness program that we have as RDB, where we engage communities through either workshops, radio talks, newspaper. We shall be soon engaging all those to make sure that we explain about the new legal apparatus and other aspects relating to conservation. In addition, it's not only trying to explain what we have in Rwanda, but also giving the context of regional and international aspects. Because if you understand, conservation is not for me, it's not for Rwanda, it's not only for East Africa, but it's for the universe. It's for us all. Second step, we shall be engaging different institutions, education institutions, NGOs, to help us. We know that we have partners that are working together with the community so that they can help us to plan in their plans, to engage community, to make this legal apparatus to be known to the public. So we are in the process of that. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Richard, for the presentation. Maybe mine is not a question, it's rather a clarification on a range of different issues that your presentation focused on. And for the sake of our students, I want to touch and give vivid examples on different aspects. He was addressing an issue on whether, as an agency from Rwanda Development Board, which is in charge of conservation, especially of protected areas, whether there are legal frameworks or policy or projects that really communicate or are linked to respecting human rights, or definitely how people or communities around all conservation areas participate in conservation, but conservation or benefit from the use of resources. And indeed, he did touch at different issues. Kakuya tugie on international legal framework and conventions and treaties that the government of Rwanda has committed to make sure that communities, wherever they are, especially near protected areas, benefit and participate in conservation. Their rights should not be denied in the name of conservation. And he talked of different treaties. I can give an example of one of the treaty which involves 3 countries, DRC, Rwanda, and Uganda, signed under the transboundary conservation area that brings together DRC, Uganda. And I know one of the aspects, when gorillas shift and go to maybe DRC, there is some part of revenue that goes to that country where the gorillas have shifted, such that the communities can equally benefit from the benefits of tourism or conserving gorillas. That is number one. You also touched about the legal instruments we have in the country. Our own constitution demands that all Rwandans should protect nature, but also should benefit from nature. If our legal framework, including the constitution, clearly states so, therefore we have a basis to defend the rights of every Rwandan for any conservation practice. He touched on different policies, biodiversity law and wildlife law, which also clearly engages or shows the role of communities and what they should benefit from conservation practices. He touched on a compensation policy. We know that that conservation, of course, where the resources are scarce, people will tend to compete on the use of resources. And in the middle, there could be some conflicts or some losses. The government has taken a step to create a fund that if at the end of the day, some human rights or the human rights have been violated, then there is compensation for that. If, for example, animals or wild animals from protected areas encroach on my farm and eat all my crop, and therefore denying me a right to having food, then there is a compensation policy that is there which will make sure that my food or my right to having food is adhered to. If, for example, someone is killed, I think he will also explain about it, then there is a compensation policy to make sure that there is fair treatment for the loss caused. We have legal frameworks where those we think are encroaching or are breaking the law, conservation law, there is a process under which they are given justice. Those who are found guilty, there is a legal framework under which someone is put before courts of law and punished for breaking the law. And this is not compared to where people have been simply killed because they have encroached maybe on a park or something. So the infringement on the rights is protected by different legal and policy frameworks in Rwanda. And I wanted to clarify that to make sure that you students in future, if you want to implement a well conservation goal, therefore you have to have better legal at international and national level, legal framework, good policies, and different programs he mentioned of revenue sharing, where at least even the little resources we get through tourism is invested back into communities, into their education, into their security services, into their livelihood, which at the end of the day respects human rights. So I wanted to give that overview from his presentation. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Yeah.
Thank you very much for your contribution, Principal. And thank you very much, Dr. Richard Muvunyi, for your presentation, for your contribution. We are very happy. Think we can, much thanks to you, of course. Then we can go to the next presentation. Yes.
I'm informed that there is someone online who'd want to give a contribution in support of what he shared. Teresful, if you hearing us, if you're following us, maybe you would want to share your view on how communities have participated in conservation and have benefited from conservation projects around protected areas. So Telesfor, if you are online and following, please, you can give your contribution.
Thank you, Richard, for the floor. Much has been said by Dr. Richard, and even what you have just gone through. When we talk human rights safeguard, we can't miss out the contribution that the government of Rwanda makes to the development of the communities around the protected areas in Rwanda. I think it's a situation almost everywhere in the world when parts of the territory are gazetted for strict conservation. It creates conflicts with the communities living around, because there are some rights which they are deprived from. And if they can't go to harvest in the area, to cultivate for crop production, if they can't go for hunting, for grazing, for fruit harvesting, honey harvesting in the area, they feel that some of their rights are they have missed their rights. So in the years 2000, when the government was rehabilitating the Akagera National Park, I mentioned Akagera National Park because it's the park where we have big mammals, most of which can cause heavy damages to communities. Yeah, but at that time, there was a high level of poaching, but also there was a high level of damages caused by wildlife to the communities. Crop destruction, killing livestock, killing or injuring humans, etc. And in this situation, you could not expect to have the communities supporting conservation. And without the support from the community, you could not expect to succeed in the conservation. And in particular case, you could not expect to succeed the rehabilitation of Akagera National Park. In 2005, that's when the government initiated the tourism revenue sharing program. Tourism revenue sharing program, because in most of the teachings we have gone through, protected areas and specifically national parks attract tourists who bring in foreign currency, so who contribute to the national economy. Telling people that protected areas contribute to the national economy, while in their particular situation they are losing their crops, they are losing their livestock, they are losing some of their properties. It is not an easy thing. When the program, the tourism revenue sharing program, was started, it was to show the local communities that the revenues, the earnings, the government earnings from the protected areas don't just go to the central government for use, but they also go to the communities to support their development. In the beginning, 5% of the total tourism revenues were invested in a community-based projects that were initiated by the communities themselves, looking at their priority needs, and it has gone through school construction in remote areas where you didn't have schools at all, or where school kids had to do long distance to reach the nearest schools. There have been construction of health facilities. There have been rehabilitation of roads, construction of bridges, and later on, also small businesses have got support in agriculture improvement, small livestock, handicraft, mushroom growing, etc., leading to heavier investment like milk collection centers and community multipurpose halls. All those were, in the beginning, the aim was to show the local communities that parks are there not just to send them buffaloes or to send them hippos in their crops, not just to send them several cats or hyenas to kill the livestock, but that the parks were there also to contribute to their development in the way I've just mentioned. It was not an easy beginning, but as we advanced, we could find that people could understand and support the conservation exercise. We have seen people involved in supporting conservation initiatives, intervening in removing snares from parks, contributing to the exercise of the removal of beehives from national parks. This has been in Nyungwe, especially, and the volcanoes. And people have been very instrumental in fighting poaching, in sharing information on illegal people, those who had bad plans to go for poaching. And this has helped much. And as we advanced, we could find that every year we had an improvement in the relationships between the communities and the park management. And we have testimonies of people who will tell you that they have made a step ahead in their development through the tourism level sharing support. And we also have people who will testify that they used to be poachers, but have been converted given following the support they find in the tourism revenue sharing program. That's a good thing. And in some areas, we have seen local communities taking back buffalo calves from the gardens to the park, or duikers which have gone outside the park and taking them back to the park. While previously, even when they felt that there was a herd of buffaloes about to get out to the park, they could go beyond in the park and chase the herd out so that they could fight to kill the buffaloes and eat them. Now, this is no longer the situation. People understand that the park is important for their livelihoods, and this has resulted mainly from the support they know that they get from the revenues coming from the park. I said the contribution to community development was 5% in the beginning, but since 2017, it has been raised from 5 to 10%. When someone who has got support from the park gets across a plan to poach in the park, he reveals or she reveals it to the park management because they know that anything that will be destroying the park will be leading them back to poverty, because it will be leading to lowering the revenues from the park. If the revenues get lower, the share which is meant to community development will also get lower. And that it's something that we find as a positive, and we can say that this is a human rights safeguard, because the government of Rwanda has found that we can't just keep wildlife which harms people, which destroys people's properties, but keep wildlife for community development. And on another side, so far we have about 750 projects, community projects, which have been supported with 6.5 billion Rwandan francs. It's about 6.5 million US dollars, which have gone to local communities, protected areas, the 4 national parks. This means in 14 districts which have the 4 national parks. Besides that, it also has been mentioned, even those who have not yet benefited from the tourism revenue sharing contribution, they at least are compensated when their properties are damaged by wildlife. There is a compensation policy in action since 2013, and you find that this also enhances collaboration between the local communities and the park management, because they know that the human rights, their rights are safeguarded, and they also feel that contributing to protecting wildlife is an obligation from them. It's a way to acknowledge the contribution of the wildlife to their sustainable livelihoods. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your very good contribution related to the involvement of the people in the conservation of protected area and the natural resources, with clear, good examples and the successful stories in Rwanda. So we thank you, and we would like to call Mr. Shar Karangwa to tell us about the human rights in forest landscape restoration. He's from IUCN. The floor is yours, Mr. Shar Karangwa. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. I don't know if you can hear me.
Yes, we do.
Brilliant. Yeah, I think you mentioned my name, and I'm very happy to be here this morning. I have to confess that seeing the students in the room at that level of participation can actually make someone excited, because we are talking to the leaders and transformers of the conservation community tomorrow. And one of the responsibility, I think, for some of us is really to contribute to this particular great mission of IPRC KITABI. I worked in conservation around New National Park before, so I have even lived in the buildings themselves. When I was working for the Wildlife Conservation Society as a sustainable finance manager. And I also feel very privileged to be with some of the senior conservationists, for my friend, whom I know from 2009, when I was working in the Volcanoes National Park across the transboundary program on the Greater Virunga landscapes. My contribution to this conversation this morning will focus on terrestrial ecosystems outside protected area, not necessarily in the parks, for a number of reasons. One is because the pressure to protected areas mostly comes outside, and it's a conflict between resource use and basically the demand and the supply. And how we look at that from a human rights approach is very important, and I will speak to a couple of things. But maybe before I go into that level of details, allow me to just to speak a little bit about IUCN. Quite a number of years already passed, 70 years and more, of vision and impact in conservation as an organization. I think actually I was told that IUCN is one of the oldest conservation organizations, which was founded after the Second World War in 1948, as a result of trying to bring together development and nature. And we just celebrated 70 years in 2018. So which really makes this organization quite an important, with quite a lot of contribution throughout. From 1964, IUCN launched the first IUCN Red List of threatened species. I'm sure this is something that will come in some of the courses you will go through, and it has been already mentioned, and congratulations to RDB, because gorillas in the mountain gorilla in the Rwanda side actually have been removed on the red list, so it's now on the green list, because of the efforts that the government of Rwanda is putting in conservation. Apart from that, of course, there's quite a lot of other knowledge products that have been developed. The most recently, two growing ones. One is nature-based solutions. Another one is forest landscape restoration, and I will be talking about that. So, as I said, IUCN is quite an interesting organization. It's a union, as it is, with nearly 1,300 members, including our friends, the Wildlife Conservation Society, which I'm very proud to be an alumni. But also the government of Rwanda, so because we have NGOs and state members, so the government of Rwanda is a member of IUCN, as well as the other countries in the Central Africa region, from Cameroon to DRC to Central Africa Republic, to Burundi. They are all members of IUCN. But also we have other member states. I mean, countries like the US and Germany and the UK. So it's an organization with that mixture of membership. But also we have private sector now. The World Business Council is a member. So just to say, it's quite an interesting network of environmental leaders. And recently, actually a couple of months ago, in Marseille, during the World Conservation Congress, which happens every 4 years, we have approved, or the members have approved at least another category of subnational governments to become members. For example, the city of Kigali in Rwanda, or a province in Congo, or a county in Kenya can become a member. So that's the kind of organization. And of course, we also have experts in 6 Commission, which probably for you students could be interesting to explore. Where do you want to grow your knowledge and network and contribution globally? Because that's where you meet senior very high respected scientists and leaders in the science of conservation, and from social to education to communication to law to ecosystem, you have all these commissions that provide an opportunity for you to contribute. I work for the Secretariat, so sometimes it's very unique kind of value because my role is to deliver and implement the program voted or developed by the members. Let me go into the topic. I was asked to speak about the human rights and landscape restoration, and I want to probably reverse this order and say actually delivering human rights through forest landscape restoration, and it has been already discussed. But I want to mention a couple of things here. What is even human rights? I guess it's a very easy concept to understand. Human rights from the basic rights that Richard mentioned. Rights to food, rights to education, rights to healthy living, rights to expression, rights to access to resources. So you can't talk about rights without talking about what actually prevents people from accessing or feeling that they have rights. And some of these issues are linked to climate change. And I was in Glasgow last couple of days. One of the very interesting meetings this year, and actually the issue of rights and climate change was there. That's why there's a whole talk around loss and damage. So there have been a lot of losses because of climate change now. There have been a lot of damage. How do we recover from that? Those are the rights of poor farmers that got lost, people living in the ashrams that got affected by floods, people living in dry lands that got terribly affected, and their livelihoods affected. So that's the kind of rights. And I want to quote this statement from UNCCD. The global economy will lose a whopping USD 23 trillion by 2050 through land degradation. So look at this number. I think if you're talking about 2050, definitely some of you guys will be in these positions, will be the ones leading parks and other institutions. And it's quite thrilling because if you are looking at losing all these resources, then it's a problem. But also results in the loss of biological and economic productivity on land, or compromising the life support functions of the planet. They're all results of land degradation and deforestation. And let me nail this down to Africa as a continent. So by 2050, land degradation and climate change are predicted to reduce crop yields. So this is just one example by an average of 10%. So it's quite alarming. And very soon, in 3 years, in some countries, yields from rain-fed agriculture could even reduce up to 60%. And this actually is happening because we just concluded a study in Malawi where significantly agricultural production have dropped and because of climate change, and mostly degradation and loss of vegetation cover, etc. But also it's even worse in the next 100 years, as you can imagine. But one of the interesting number I wanted to put on the screen, because we are talking about rights to access of resources, rights to livelihoods, rights to education, and economy development plays a very critical role. And the supporting system of the economy is natural capital, right? So that's how you look at the economic growth. Now, estimates suggest that 65% of African croplands have been affected by degradation since the 1950s. And land degradation cost African countries, including the Central Africa region in particular, 65 billion each year. That's quite alarming, and nearly 230 million hectares are affected by degradation. And I will quote something in Rwanda, because maybe some of the students are locally knowing this. In Rwanda, we just concluded a study on what we call soil erosion mapping. Between 60 and 350 tons per hectare is eroded by rain and water every year because of course, our terrains, the geography, but of course, tells you also how much we need to restore landscapes. So why this topic is important? I think there's a continuity in losing forest and degradation in our countries. And I want to link this with protected area because the pressure to protected area will continue to increase as far as the resources that people need outside the protected area cannot be found there. So I think I will concur with you, Therese, for one of the key investment that transformed the communities in Rwanda and really proved that conservation works is the issue of investing in livelihoods of people. Because then people no longer go. I remember when we were working on beekeeping and things like other enterprise and handcrafts, and it was quite literally something people would think it's a joke, but actually these are the things that stopped significantly plus infrastructure, education, health, etc. People like something that touches their lives every day. So in loss of forest outside protected areas is a big challenge because then people continue to approach protected area. And I like the buffer zone around Nyungwe. I like that very much because it actually helps a lot protecting that beautiful mountain forest. Of course, landscape restoration, it's quite an interesting approach because it cuts across land use. So my current role in IUCN in Africa is to lead what we call land systems. So agriculture, forest, drylands, water, so everything around terrestrial. And as far as also, the protected areas. So simply because the land use issue and how we look at it, and I would think bring this at the center of the discussion from the rights point of view, is very important. And how we make sure that plays its role in protecting and safeguarding biodiversity is critical. And landscape restoration, of course, delivers a package of benefits that I will talk about more, but also takes us outside the silos of thinking, this is a protected area, this is a closed forest, so we look at the landscape and see what are the key challenges that affect overall that entire landscape. That's very, very important. And using that landscape picture can help advancing the project like what Richard mentioned of extension, of extending the protected area, because you have a picture of the entire landscape. You know what people need, what wildlife needs, what biodiversity, ecosystems, and etc. So you can easily juggle around that. So a landscape approach is critical. So interestingly, it's not like one size fits all for land degradation. So it's not the same in different corners. Some are driven by certain loss of vegetation cover. I think we know this in many countries, but also change in soil chemistry, loss of soil biodiversity. So you end up actually completely depleting the soil quality, and that affects agriculture, and then you extend agricultural area to attach and touch and destroy then protected areas. So that's actually important to mention that agriculture is one of the major drivers of deforestation in Africa. So gradual transformation of vegetation cover, so that's what I mentioned. And then finally, what we see in Rwanda, erosions of soil structure, and look at our water systems as well. So that's important. I like the water in Nyungwe. It's colorless. You can easily drink it from the source, because that forest plays a critical role in providing and protecting that ecosystem service. But of course there's more than that. Forest landscape restoration unlocks multiple benefits to multiple challenges. So you are talking about climate change, food security, water security, and all these are parts of rights, right? Rights to food, and I will link this to sustainable development goals that also my friend Richard mentioned. Importantly, if you look at quite a number of SDGs around ending hunger, life on below and on earth, and so education, just to water, energy, they all interlinked with this problematic we are talking about. The loss of biodiversity in particular is linked with degradation and deforestation and habitat loss. And that habitat loss is driven by, of course, conflicts of resources and the rights and all kind of things. So landscape restoration can help actually solve multiple problems from climate change, because you are sequestering a lot of carbon. restoring soil health, food security, restoring watershed, encatchments, water security, and then biodiversity, etc. But also it's cost effective, it's sustainable, you can measure, you can verify, you can replicate. It's simple to do. It's simple to look at it. If you look at Nyungwe in isolation, you will forget that there are tea plantations, there are agriculture of potatoes, there are beekeeping, there are eucalyptus plant that is around. So there are people at the center of that. So how do we make sure those benefits are there? And landscape restoration, again, it happens within people, within biodiversity. So it's a kind of different land use that we talked about from both forest and non-forest land, so from agriculture, etc. So you are looking at protected primary forest like Nyungwe, you are looking at secondary forest like Dishkwat, which is now partly primary, but also now secondary because there's a second generation of forest coming up. You are looking at degraded forest areas like some of the area we have in Rwanda. You are looking at permanent pasture area in the eastern province. You are looking at intensive agricultural land like in the west and in south. You are looking at all of this, but also you are looking at the whole catchment, so river going all through. So that whole entire picture is very important. So, and again, landscape restoration provides us, again, is essential to respect human rights because you are actually talking about needs of rights. So water, food, good environment, etc. But forest landscape restoration cannot be squeezed into a standardized box. So it's not like you can say it's one thing, Instead, actually, from our practical experience, there's no such thing as a single FLR intervention. You can't say, I've just planted trees. No. It's quite a lot you need to think through. And I want to mention that it's not about trees you plant. It's not about the many trees we plant in the land. It's about how those trees deliver multiple benefits of ecosystem services, water, soil, food, etc., etc. And the principles of FLR also includes the rights of citizens. So you have participation. One of the rights actually that I will be coming back to is rights to people to express their needs, to participate in the action that is happening. So it's very important because FLR puts people at the center and look at how you restore functional benefits of people around the landscapes. And there's a number of things that forest landscape restoration brings, including bringing people together to identify, negotiate, implement practice that restore the ecological functionality. But it's not like it's going to happen tomorrow. Forest landscape restoration is quite a long-term process. And what you want is to improve human well-being and ecosystem integrity. You want to scale up from individual sites. I like the work WCS and RDB have been doing in Nyungwe to do natural regeneration. That thing have worked very successfully. I've visited recently, and it's amazing to see how much that whole burnt area have completely been restored by just natural regeneration. So those things work, and still it's part of how you restore biodiversity, but also how you restore ecosystem service that benefits people. And the other thing I wanted to mention is balancing local needs and national and global priorities. From a global point of view, if you plant a forest, you are contributing to climate change. But from a local point of view, you are providing energy sources, you are providing construction material, providing a lot of benefits there. And again, it's not a rocket science. Landscape restoration have multiple examples of interventions, but it's not like a blueprint or a Bible or a non-dogma which doesn't change. So there's quite a lot we can learn from there. And bringing all of this into the human rights, I think this definition do not need even to be taught here, because human rights, of course, they are rights for people by virtue, by being humans, and it's all about that capacity for someone to feel like I am dignified. So there's that dignity aspect that is into the rights. But also there's a whole characteristics of this. So there's it's a universal. It's not like you have a Rwandan rights and then you have a Kenyan rights, and it's a human rights. And that's what it shares. The rights, one thing that the rights shares with the environment is that they are two universal concepts. And you preserve environment in Rwanda, you are actually contributing globally in many countries, etc. But categories of human rights, in fact, if you want to achieve that, requires restored and protected landscapes. If you talk about rights to clean and healthy environment, look at our beautiful city of Kigali. My office is in Kiyovu, and I like when I'm there because it's totally a different environment. You feel nice because there's a forest there covering the entire colline or mountain. So, but also talking about right to clean water and clean air, rights to food and natural food is in particular. Good food, actually. You're talking about rights to adequate standards of living, safe and healthy working place, recreational services, clothes without toxins. I mean, we are seeing an increase in production of clothes and garments that are actually full of toxin and final effects, but also freedom from pollution. I don't know if you watched the recent documentary anyone did on Al Jazeera on India. Indian had to stop vehicle going for a couple of days to see if they can reduce the pollution in there because the air was totally polluted. And one thing I like about Rwanda is that this issue of pollution of our air is really reducing, but also waste and other things. So there's that link between how you look at the landscape restoration and the rights of people. So we can't separate the two. As you restore a landscape, as you protect biodiversity, as you invest in tourism and other things that other colleagues mentioned, you are touching rights of people in many ways. But also, as we talk about rights, there's also responsibilities towards the environment. We talked about the rights to land resources. But also remember, if you have land resources, you have also a responsibility to protect that same land for future generation, because it's not only me, there's also my children and children of their children, and that land will always remain a family inheritance. So rights to renewable resources in forest, water, energy, so that right still calls for responsibility to sustainably manage these resources. So as we talk about empowering these leaders to be forward-looking, I think it's important to take you guys outside just the parks and the closets of close the forest. And that's one of the things I like about my job. It always makes me think a landscape approach, though there might be, of course, benefits and disadvantages, but I like it that way. So we look at that entire thing of how things are working outside. And I want to bring these slides here because we have an opportunity to increasingly take action as we secure rights, as we cut deforestation and degradation. This is where Africa is. Africa have made an interesting commitment to restore more than 100 million hectares. As of last couple of months, we have now achieved 128 million hectares. That countries made a commitment to restore. And many countries that are represented in IPRC in this school are also there. So Rwanda have already made that commitment, Burundi, Cameroon, DRC, you can see on the map. So these are huge commitments, but leaders like you guys, we are the ones to take action on the ground to make these things happen, to achieve these commitments in practical. And in Rwanda in particular, when you look at the geography, this is a map of degradation in Rwanda. You can see where we need to put a lot of efforts. So regardless of having 30% of forest cover, we still see soil erosion in our rivers. We still see our agricultural productivity depleting because of losing the topsoil's quality. We still see deforestation because of use of different other or limited alternatives to energy, etc. We need to invest a lot in restoration if you want to secure also that economic, human rights, livelihood to rights, etc. So those things need to be looked at in together. And you can see in the Eastern Province part, in Kayonza and Kirehe, some of the red, Bugesera, and in Kigali, somewhere around those lines. So there's quite a number of work that needs to be done to bring this country into more greener. As you can see where Musanze is on the park, you can see where Nyungwe is. the edge of Rusizi, Nyamagabe, Nyaruguru there. So quite a lot of interesting work being done. But also, I'm talking about soil erosion, and agriculture is very important. So how do we look at promoting regenerative agriculture around protected areas, but also entire landscapes? That helps. I know some would talk about agroforestry, so I don't want to go into that level details, but I wanted to put that into the perspective to say it's not just about biodiversity and intact forests, it's also about people outside protected areas. And talking about rights, I just put some of these examples here. This is an example of project we are working on with the government of Rwanda, where we created 11,000 more actually by now. This is quite a lot of figure. Jobs, green jobs in the Sebeya area, more than 2,900 hectares under restoration through terracing, bank rehabilitation, afforestation, etc. But also access to water, etc. So these are the kind of, what else are we talking about if it's not a farmer to have rights to his livelihoods, his children access education, access health, buy medical insurance, etc. So those are the kind of basic rights that we still look at. But also health environment, no landsliding, no flooding. That's the kind of rights, right? So landscape restoration can help bring those rights into play, indeed. So I will stop from this last slide with key research questions for FLR Forward as you think of embarking into this particular course. And we are very happy that the entire landscape approach is coming into this course, because I think we are training leaders, and this training brings transformation, brings action on the landscape for people and for biodiversity. And the people lives outside protected area. In addition to revenue sharing from tourism, but also how to invest in protecting the entire landscape to reduce landslides, to reduce flooding, soil erosion, all this that affects people and affects the economic streams, and then end up going into protected area to destroy what we have hugely invested to protect. I will thank you from there, and looking forward to a continued engagement. Thank you.
Presentation with clear highlights, and we found that IUCN is really contributing a lot to the conservation, to the management, not only for forests or all protected areas, but also it is contributing more to the management of land, to the management of soil, to the management of biodiversity. Management, you are dealing with even controlling the climate change related issues, and which is really very good while you are taking even into consideration the human right. Yes, you are doing a lot, and I would like really to know if you have some regular techniques or strategies to measure your achievements, because I want to know if you, how do you measure to which extent really you are achieving, you are contributing to mitigation or to climate change regulation issues? How do you measure how much you are contributing to the reduction of this land degradation? If you have those regular approaches, really, we really need to know this. And after this, someone maybe will have a concern and we will let you know. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I can quickly respond to that question if you allow.
Yes.
And then I can pick another one.
Okay, fine. The second one.
Yes. Thank you. Do I have?
Yes, yes.
Yes, Charles, go ahead, please.
Yeah, thank you, Principal, for this. By the way, I should have started with thanks to IPRC and partners for inviting IUCN. We are very committed to support this particular journey, and our team and scientists are also available to provide any public lecturing that could be needed to respond to this particular question on how do you monitor what changes are happening. So we have been going through a development of a number of phases of how you monitor forest landscape restoration, and happy to share more of this, but if you have a computer and just put in restoration barometer, it's a tool that have been developed by IUCN and other many partners. It uses quite a monitor landscape restoration, biophysical, economic impact of restoration, carbon, which is climate, then biodiversity, but also natural resource governance using the NRGF, what we call natural resource governance framework. Now, that tool is available. Rwanda have used it already. That's where we came to a conclusion. We supported it through that process as a part of the other team member or other organization to the government of Rwanda that have achieved 30.4% of their forest cover by end of 2020. So that tool was used, but also we managed to understand how much Rwanda have invested in their restoration from 2011 when they made a commitment of 2 million hectares. Beyond that, there is quite a number of other tools that are being developed. There's a tool called Collect Earth, which is being developed, be used. It's an open source. So when you want to monitor changes, we use that quite a lot. But also we use other tools like what we call Invest Model or Root, which is restoration output optimization tools to understand the changes in ecosystem services then. Because forest landscape restoration would never be useful or beneficial if it cannot deliver multiple benefits to people and in nature. So that's where we are. So we have also another tool which I will be very happy to share with the students actually how that tool works. It's called ROM. ROM is Restoration Opportunities Assessment Methodology. You can just write ROM in the Google search. You'll find that book there. So what it does, it helps. If you say Rwanda as a country is going to restore 2 million hectares, where is that land? What kind of restoration option? What benefits? How you do that? So it's a biophysical plus other multi-criteria drivers we use to understand the restoration opportunities in different countries. And you have done a couple of those work in Rwanda, but also in other countries, in Burundi, we did one in Central Africa, we did one in Uganda, we did one in DRC in the southern part. So some of these pieces of reports are also available, and we are very happy to share that.
Thank you, Charles. Thank you very much for all the input. I know time is not our friend, and we have a few more presentation to take. As the people from the server puts on Sam from ALCOS, Dr. Sam, I want to request all of you to stand up a little bit as we enter into the next session. You've been sitting. Let me request that they put on some as we stretch a little bit from ALCOS for the next presentation. Now, how do we stretch? Because I want you, the next sessions, you are the ones going to participate and ask questions, okay? And you have to wake up. I was seeing some of you maybe dozing, you're tired. So let's clap our hands up. Who can put his cheek somewhere here? Until it is here. There we go. And then this side. Thank you. You can sit. Let's welcome Dr. Sam. Again, from a conservation perspective, we saw how the issue of human rights is being tackled or addressed within national parks or protected areas, but nature is everywhere including other landscapes. And from Charles, we learned that if you basically protect the landscapes from erosion, from fertility, from all degradation, you creating opportunity for people to have their rights respected. They will have rights to good land that is fertile, and they will have good landscape, which will increase their food, which again touches on the right to food and other things. So we will continue in the same spirit and have Dr. Sam also share with us what they are doing and share the experiences, how they're trying to address issues of human rights through the conservation efforts they're taking. So I want you to listen attentively, and please, I'll accept 2 questions from you after his presentation. Thank you. Over to you, Sam.
Unmute. Hello, everyone. Thank you, Richard. I was hoping that my presentation could be shared. Is it possible?
Yeah, they're still trying, but you can still go ahead. We'll be listening as it is being uploaded. Thank you. Dr. Sam, you can still go ahead as they're projecting the presentation. Sam, Dr. Sam, can you still hear us?
Do you want me to share from this end?
Yes, you can go ahead and share as the technical team is working on your presentation. So you can go ahead and share.
Hello?
Hello, you can go ahead and share from your side as that. Hello?
So I'm not sure they are still online, Sam. I think it.
Hi, Charles.
Dr. Sam, can you hear us?
Yes.
Yeah, please go ahead and be presenting as the technical team is working on the PowerPoint presentation. Or if you can present from your side, that's okay.
Okay, let me see if I can share from my end here.
Okay, fine.
The bit is because it is a big PowerPoint.
Dr. Sam, hello? Hello? Maybe as the technical team is helping us, I can maybe invite Pascal from the Special Guarantee Fund to share with us the experiences on how the Special Guarantee Fund helps.
Richard.
Yes, please.
Richard.
Yes.
Richard.
We lost you.
It will be difficult for me.
We lost you.
No, I'm there.
Okay.
No. I'm there.
Yeah, please go ahead.
To speak.
Please go ahead.
Try to. Maybe I just talk as the technical team upload the presentation.
Yes, that's what we said. You go ahead and make.
I'm worried that I'm afraid I have another meeting actually starting in 2 minutes, 12:30. The other option was maybe to speak after another one, but I have to join another meeting. I'm sorry. But I'm so delighted to join you for this event, for this cause. I try to follow, from time to time, the speakers, very, very inspiring talks, very good also questions which were asked by the students. So nice to see the students with very uniform. Here at Orcos, we are very proud of our partnership with IPRC KITABI, and we hosted the students as interns. And recently, we just had a couple of students who were with us. Very, very good. You can see good future leaders. So proud to be working with the IPRC. Now, today, I was asked to talk about one of our projects, Agroforestry for Livelihoods, which is one of the big projects we have, which is in the context of carbon finance, which is also very large, involving a large number of communities in the context of human rights. I hope you can see now the screen.
Yes, we do.
Can see it. Great, very good. So I'm going to go a few slides. Actually, my presentation should be short because I thought we don't have much time. I wanted to start by just talking briefly about Arcos. We are an NGO and we are a regional organization. As the name says, Albertan Rift Conservation Society, our focal region is the Albertan Rift region, which is on the map. The Albertan Rift is a global hotspot. It's one of the global hotspots that you know very well from this western branch of the Rift Valley. And we operate in 6 countries in this region, but we have some programs beyond the region. Like we have a program on Great Lakes, on fresh water, from Ethiopia down to Mozambique. And we have a program on African mountains, involving different countries, stakeholders interested in mountain issues. One of the key elements in our work is we put accent to collaboration between nature and people, or collaboration for nature and people. This is our motto, as you can see in the center of this slide. And this is very much linked to the subject you are talking about. And this collaboration, or this partnership, this equal journey you engage with the communities, this harmony between nature and people is very, very important to understand, because once you buy in this value, then the human rights will be valued. So you work with the people as partners in conservation. Our strategic plan, which was recently finalized, has 6 strategic areas. Another strategic area related to this is also schools, education for sustainable development. So conservation and humans, it's very, very difficult to separate, even when you talk about biodiversity, climate change, agriculture, or development agenda in general. It is always about people. And in all different activities and different programs. That is how we perceive the involvement of people and the communities in particular. ARUCOS has the way we receive conservation is like a tool, or conservation and human rights is an element which should lead to a win-win outcome. Because if you don't do, you can't say you're going to have a win in conservation when you separate with people. And this is again based on our motto of collaborative conservation action for nature and people. If you have a bias towards one, like conservation, or more on human rights, then it risks to affect the other side. Because conservation alone, without considering the needs or the rights of people, in the end, this will lead to conflicts, to clash with humans. Vice versa, if the human aspect is only, just focusing on the needs, the right to do everything without considering, of course, the aspect of conservation, how the sustainability has to be considered, then the risk is also to affect conservation objectives. Finally, conservation and human rights is about also looking far, looking in the future. It is a journey, and that journey is about maturing, is about preparing these shared values to be understood, to be owned by the two parties, conservation and the humans, towards the sustainability. So there is an element of time. It is not something you just fix today. You have to have that aspect of sustainability in the future, so you don't rush, but also you don't affect future generations. So whatever is concluded for the interest of conservation and human rights has to also think about the future for the sustainability. I'm going to touch a little bit specifically on our community work. ARICOS has now one of our strong programs is community development, and we have an approach that we call in short BEST approach, with the 4 letters, where we can say it is very much put the center the human rights. It is a right-based approach. This approach starts with the letter B, is a building institutions, community institutions on the ground as champions of change. And the building is about building the trust, is about a partnership with the communities, basically to develop a shared vision, to have systems which are going to help in the management of the groups, as a group, a community group, as identifying what are the priorities to act on, to have a plan. And all this has to be done putting always the aspect of sustainability, which is looking at the ecological, social, and economic dimensions at the center of planning and vision. The second pillar of this approach is on the letter E, ecological, enhancing environmental resilience. You know, communities, they depend on the environment, on natural resources to make their living, income generation. It is very important to understand that this is an asset for them. Then we have to take care of this asset. And we engage with the communities through what we call co-learning, because the communities, we value their own knowledge. We don't come just to say, you know, environment, land is about this. They know a lot. So we exchange to talk about the environment, how environment is diverse, what is the role of biodiversity, how it is important, how to take care of biodiversity. And that is where comes activities like water conservation, tree planting, energy, saving, different aspects related to environment and natural resource management, and agroforestry, in fact. Agroforestry is a system which is not very old, but also not very recent, involving mixing trees in farms. And our experience is that there are different misinterpretations, that tree planting is just planting any tree, anywhere, anyhow, and engaging communities comes to really that trust. First of all, we are working on their land, their farm. So it is a journey which is going to look at the cost benefits, because maybe communities were planning to do something else on their land. Now it is about agroforestry. So it has to be a journey where they have to understand, to really appreciate and own the decision to plant trees. But it is also incorporating the sustainable practices which are going to help, as Charles was talking about, restoring land, restoring the ecosystem, so that they can benefit for long, in a sustainable way. Another aspect is the letter S on sustainable business solutions or sustainable finance. Communities come together for income generation. So we have to understand where they come from. We need to understand that whatever we do at the end of the day has to have some financial return, income generation, so that communities can also have some financial stability, not only about tree planting environment, but also consider their needs. And to do this, to operationalize this, we have a system of nature-based community fund. This is a revolving fund where we establish to be managed by communities, and they can access to a loan, which is going to help them for income, making some income-generating activities, but also one of the conditions being good environmental sustainable practices on their land. So this is one of the successful model we have, this nature-based community fund. And we have now in the country almost 40 nature-based community fund, which is quite significant. The last letter is the letter T, transformation inspiring others. This is really very important because this is where the impact, where the notion of society comes from, social aspect comes from, and also the notion of large impact landscape, ecosystem can come from, because one individual, one group cannot make a difference. The environment is broad, has to be understood at a larger scale. You can see, what we have gone through recently with the climate change talks in Scotland, COP26, how climate change is a global phenomenon. So the notion of doing your little bit, but in broader context, to see how you can share the information you have, inspire others, so that you can have a better impact, is very, very important. We are all connected. Finally, all this is based on an agreement. So it is not something which is imposed to communities. It is their right. We have an agreement, a sustainability agreement. We agree with the communities, which is in general a long-term agreement, 10, 20 years or more, for partnership. So we sign agreements with the clear roles, terms, responsibilities for each party. And this agreement involves not only communities and ARCOS, but also the local authorities. So very briefly, the key principles really guiding us is that we consider communities as equal. It is equality and equity are very critical. The other thing is inclusiveness and involving everybody, particularly those who are the vulnerable, those who even those who don't have a land. What can you do with those who don't have a land, who can't plant trees? And that's where we have some common services in the community fund we establish, which is going also to take into consideration including those who are very poor, who don't have the capacity or the resources. Another thing is about participation. I think this has been mentioned by previous speakers, free prior informed consent. And basically having this critical principle that it is about human rights, but also environmental safeguards, because that is how we can really consider the environment, the people as resources for now, but also for the future. So this is my last slide. Specifically for this Agroforestry for Livelihoods project, which is a project, as I said, related to climate change and building livelihoods for people. It is a project covering 15,000 hectares, involving 30,000 households. We are dealing with 1,000 community groups, many villages, and for 20 years. So it is a large project. And really, when you look at this, the human element is critical. In fact, our role is to facilitate the buy-in, the ownership of the project objectives with the communities. Because at the end of the day, we are talking about trees that we are going to manage, the land. We are talking about improving the livelihoods. Our role is to facilitate, really. So the key elements is about participation, recognize that the land is for the communities. We are not experts. We value the knowledge of the communities. So together, we develop this, we shape our shared knowledge to another level. Another aspect is transparency. We make sure that we show them our limitations, our resources, we show them our goal, our objectives. They share with us their limitations, and so that we can really have a joint partnership, a joint journey. And it is long term. And this aspect of long term doesn't depend on funding or on what. This is something we do, in fact, for different projects. This project 20 years, but even for a project like 2 or 3 years, we have a long-term partnership. At the end of the project, our course is a partner to continue to interact with the communities, to look for, if possible, other funding, to help communities, a given community group, to be part of the network of other groups. And finally, it is not something which is imposed in terms of decision making, but we value the contribution and the proposals from the communities. So thank you very much. This is what I wanted to share with you quickly. And I'm sorry I missed another meeting, but I will be happy to answer 1 or 2 quick questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sam, for your very good presentation. And I would like to ask to take 2 questions from our students. Yes, you can come here, please. And the second student also can be ready, isn't it? I want to know really if you have another student. First student here, come please. Yes, fine. Yes, you can express your question in whatever language you feel it better. So even either in Rwanda, there's no problem. Fine, thank you. Good.
Murakoze. Nitwa Niyomugabo Tito, nkaba niga ku ishuri rya IPRC KITABI mu ishami rya Nature Conservation. Ikibazo mfite ni iki ngiki, ni uko mu turere dutandukanye tw'igihugu cyacu dukunda kumva ikibazo cya ziriya mbwa z'ibihomora zikunda kwangiza amatungo y'abaturage. bikagaragara yuko muri ibyo nabyo byadindiza iterambere ry'abaturage kubera ko nimba ryishe itungo urumva ari icyo rihemukiye ku muturage. Nabazaga Dr. Richard Muvunyi nimba hari ingamba zihamye zo gukemura icyo kibazo kubera ko kimaze igihe kirekire cyumvikana kandi bigaragara yuko nta buryo buhari buhamye bwo gukemura icyo kibazo. Murakoze.
Murakoze cyane ku kibazo bajije.
Yes, that is not for Dr. Sam. Katwakira ibibazo bya Dr. Sam hanyuma ibijyanye n'abandi ba presentinze nyuma ubwo turaza kureba ko bisubizwa, ariko ufite ikibazo kuri Dr. Sam.
Yes, Dr. Sam yababwiye byinshi ku bijyanye na uburyo human rights ziba applied muri agroforestry interventions bafokasingaho muri contribution yabo hano mu Rwanda. So nabazaga rero niba hari umunyeshuri ufite ikibazo kiri related na presentation ya Dr. Sam, human right in agroforestry.
Yeah, okay.
Fine. Yes, come here, please.
Amazina ni Kayiganwa Toneste. Kibazo nari mfite.
Microphone.
Kibazo mfite. Urabona ibiti byose biri hano muri
Shiraho vugira kuri microphone.
Urabona ibiti byose biri hano muri natire. Byose bifitiye inkomoko n'ibyo bahinga byose bifitiye inkomoko. Noneho kugira ngo twese dusobanukirwe akamaro k'iyo nkomoko twazabigenza gute ko byadufasha muri human conservation na human right?
So he's very interested to know the origins of different tree species we see here around in Rwanda especially. Yes, nicyo bakora kugira ngo bamenye yes uburyo byabagirira akamaro. Murakoze.
Ahubwo Theoneste abajije ikibazo cyiza cyane kuko mu mateka y'igihugu cyacu iyo ugenda ukareba hirya no hino imisozi n'ibibaya ubona ko hari intusi cyane. Intusi rero zifite akamaro kenshi cyane cyane nk'imbaho, inkwi, imishingiro, ibishyimbo n'ibindi byinshi cyane, ariko hari n'impungenge zagaragaye ku byerekeye ukuntu intusi zikurura amazi cyane cyane iyo ziteye ahantu usanga wenda zicura imyaka, ibihingwa cyangwa ahantu hegereye ibishanga. Rero mu mateka yo gutera ibiti haje kugira ngo harebe ubundi bwoko bwaterwa cyane cyane bwavangwa n'imyaka. Iyo urebye none rero ubu ngubu hirya no hino usanga nk'igiti cyitwa Gerevilleya aricyo gikunze kugaragara. Igiti rero cya Gerevilleya cyaturutse hanze, ikimwe n'intusi nawe yavuye hanze. Hari n'ibindi biti nanone biterwa byavuye hanze bya Cederera, bya Arnus. Uzajya ubivuga wumve ni amazina yo hanze, ntabwo ari Ikinyarwanda. Ariko hari n'ibiti byacu bya gakondo bishobora kuvangwa n'imyaka, ndetse byinshi bishobora kuvangwa n'imyaka. Urabona nk'imisave, imivumu, imiko, hari ibiti byinshi abakurambere bacu bateraga bakavanga n'imyaka bagatera hafi y'ingo. Ubu rero mu by'ukuri mu Rwanda niyo na politike y'igihugu ni ukugira ngo turebe ukuntu twatera ibiti ariko kandi dushyiremo n'ibiti bya gakondo. hari ikibazo rero ni uko urebye n'ubumenyi dufite cyane usanga bugana kuri ibi biti byavuye hanze kuko nibyo ubushakashatsi bwakozeho cyane ku buryo ubu ngubu dushaka kugira ngo turebe ukuntu ibiti bya gakondo nabyo ubumenyi bwasa nk'ubujya mbere ikigo cy'amashyamba ndetse n'ibindi bigo mbese bishaka kugira ngo turebe ukuntu twavugurura mu bintu byo gutera ibiti tuvanga n'imyaka, turimo kugira ngo turebe ukuntu twakora za guidelines, mbese ibyareberwaho kugira ngo ubumenyi hirya no hino tuzi tubusanganyirize hamwe kugira ngo dufashe abashaka gutera ibiti cyane cyane n'abaturage. Rero ikibazo bajije ni cyiza kuko dutera ibiti ariko turebye nabi wasanga nanone dutera ibiti kugira ngo duhindure igihugu cyacu. Ni ikintu gikomeye kugira ngo turebe ukuntu twashyiramo imbaraga mu gutera ibiti bya gakondo. Murakoze.
Yes, murakoze cyane kuri intervention mukoze ku kibazo cyari kibajijwe. Ntekereza ko twabashimira cyane ko mwanatubwiye yuko mwari mufite indi nama twababohora. Tubashimiye mu by'ukuri. Yes, ubwitange, your time, your contribution, mu by'ukuri muri partner beza. Murakoze cyane, mugira akazi keza. Yes,
murakoze cyane mwese, mukomeze inama nziza, byari bishimishije.
Okay, murakoze. Hari uriya munyeshuri wabaje kiriya kibazo. Yes, ushaka ubundi busobanuro bwimbitse cyangwa bugize bitewe n'igihe dufite, yenda ntabwo twabijyamo cyane, ariko yenda nanjye wazashaka nazagufasha kubyumva neza, kuko ugiye kuvuga origin species yose ifite origin yayo, ziri mu buryo bubiri. Hari ibiti byavuye hanze y'igihugu mu bihugu bitandukanye, hari n'ibindi biti bya gakondo. Muri byo rero hari bishobora kujya muri agroforestry. Uyu mwanya ntabwo twajya ba species, ibiti ni byinshi cyane, dufite liste y'ibiti byagera no ku 1000. Ntabwo twajya rero muri specific origin per 3 species by now. It may not be possible. Urakoze cyane kubw'ikibazo cyiza rero wari wabajije. By now the presentation and contribution of Dr. Sam leads us to the last presentation on the role of Special Guarantee Fund in conservation by Pascal Muhizi from Special Guarantee Fund. The floor is yours. Thank you very much.
Midway. Thank you very much for your kind attention. I am called Muhizi Pascal. I work under SGF, Special Guarantee Fund, in the Department of Compensation. SGF is a government of Rwanda insurance agency mandated to give compensation to people who are victims of road accidents knocked by maybe uninsured vehicles or unidentified vehicles, or people who are damaged by wild animals. Here you will allow me and be specific to or we talk to the damages caused by wild animals. Human rights and conservation. The role of SGF, Special Guarantee Fund, in conservation. You will allow me, I will be trying to explain some key points in Kinyarwanda so that if there is anyone who missed something important, so that we can go together. The Constitution of Rwanda provides for principles. Some of those principles we have human rights and freedoms, then the protection of environment. It is in that regard, in that right, that the SGF was introduced. I will explain how. Niba abantu bavuga ngo mugire uburenganzira bwanyu no kubwinjoyinga, ubwo ni uburenganzira ku mitungo yanyu, ni uburenganzira ku kubaho, kugira ibyo kurya, n'ubundi burenganzira bwinshi. Uwajya muri constitution yabibona guhera kuri article ya 12 kugeza kuri article ngire ngo ni ya 30. Then indi article batubwiye mu gitondo ni article ya 53 ivuga kuri protection of environment. Bivuze ngo nubwo ufite uburenganzira ariko nawe hari ibyo usabwa kurinda environment. Mu kurinda environment hari ibyo uzigomwa, kubera ko hari ibintu byinshi usabwa, nawe hari ibyo uzigomwa. SGF recognizes that without a peaceful, safe and respect settings where human lives are valued and without livelihood security, no conservation commitment can be expected from local people. SGF bayishyiraho rwari mu rwego rwo kuvuga ngo bahe umutekano abantu baturiye ibi byanya bikomye. Niba baho umutekano bumve ko their mind are at rest, nta kibazo bafite. Bivuze ngo nibangirizwa bazishyurwe, nibagira ibyabo aho babuza gukorera nabwo bazatekerezweho. Mu byanya bikomye dufite parike, dufite swamps, dufite ibiyaga. Muri ibyo biyaga hose, muri ibyo parike harimo dangerous animals, harimo wild animals that are not yet friendly to human beings. Zitari ingagi, zitari chimpanzees, zimwe zisurwa zamenyerejwe kubana n'abantu. Harimo izindi z'inkazi zangiriza abaturage, zangiriza imitungo yabo, zangiriza ubuzima bwabo. Icyambere rero SGF ikora, mandate yayo ya mbere na mbere nkuru nkuko twayibonye, it is to give compensation to those people victim from those wild animals. Nkuko twabonye ko ziriya principles zashyizweho mu itegeko nshinga, hariho n'amategeko noneho agomba gushyira izo principles mu bikorwa. Hari itegeko rigenga rishyiraho SGF, hakabaho n'itegeko rigenga uburyo indishyi zigomba kubarwa. Itegeko umuntu uri interested, itegeko rishyiraho SGF, it is the law number 52 of 2021 establishing special guarantee fund for accidents, damages caused by automobile and animal, and determining, and this law determines the mission and the organization even functioning. There is also the Prime Minister Order number 26/3 determining the rates used to calculate the compensation. Muri rusange impanuka SGF itangaho indishyi ziri mu bwoko bubiri. Hari izijya ku bantu, hari inyamaswa zataka abantu en personne, hakaba n'inyamaswa zataka abantu, zataka ibyabo crops, ibyo bahinze, amatungo yabo. Izo kesi ni nyinshi, turaza kugerageza turebemo zimwe. I think there is even a case that occurred in the IPRC. Umuntu umwe ashobora kuba ayizi umuyobozi ni ibitera byajyaga muri hostels z'abanyeshuri, waba urangaye gato, they get in, they get out with the packs of the rice, beans, and they destroy them. Abo bose SGF yagerageje kugenda imenya izo kese uko zabaye reported, bagahabwa indishyi. Then wakibaza uti SGF imenya gute ko hari umuturage wahohotewe? Hari umusore wabajije ikibazo ngo izo mbwa ngo zo ku gasozi zangiza ibintu, abantu ntibariwe. Sinzi ko byaba ari kesi yenda yaza kunyegera akambwira nk'iyo kesi ahiri, kuko SGF ikorana na local communities guhera ku rwego rw'akagari, rw'umudugudu, kugeza ku rwego rw'umurenge. Ikibazo cyose kibayeho gitewe n'inyamaswa ziri muri kategori twavuze, ni inyamaswa. Hari inyamaswa ziri ku rutonde, zivuga ngo inyamaswa guhera animals from A and Z, whenever you meet them and they hurt you, you will be compensated. Intare muramutse muhuriye Nyabugogo yagerageje ikahagera, imbogo muhuriye hano kuri IPRC yagerageje ikahagera, wahabwa indishyi. Ariko hari izindi nyamaswa zigomba kukwangiza cyangwa kukwangiriza ibintu, ukishyurwa ari uko hagaragaye ko zavuye ahantu hari protected. Turaza kujyanamo n'izo mbwa yavugaga. Ikizwi nuko imbwa ziba ni amatungo y'abantu, zororerwa mu bantu. Imbwa noneho yaretse kuba imbwa yororwa n'abantu, ubwo nta nubwo iri muri community, byanze bikunzira ahantu hakomye, kuko iri muri community iba iragaragazwa, inzego z'umutekano zikagira gute, zikayifatira, zikareba icyo zikora kugira ngo itagira ikibazo iteza mu bantu. Iyo rero iri ahantu hakomye nk'uko itegeko ribivugwa, ikaba yavayo ikangiza ibintu by'abantu, automatically uwo muntu akorerwa report, nawe akishyurwa. Hari uburyo report zikorwamo bihereye ku mudugudu, sinzi ko byo twaza kubyinjiramo, ariko buri wese wangirijwe n'inyamaswa agomba kwishyurwa. SGF mu rwego rwa conservation kandi bivuze ngo niba umuturage yangirijwe ibye akaba bizi neza ko ataza kwihorera, nicyo kintu cya mbere cyo kwirinda. Abanyeshuri bo barabizi cyane cyane ko muri conservation sector murabizi neza, n'abandi mwahura nabo mwajya mubibabwira. Ikiriho nuko iyo wangirijwe wishyurwa. Ibyo ari byo byose, you have to get a fair compensation. Then hari noneho cases ziba abantu bakiteza impanuka, bakiteza damages nk'uko twabivuze, mu rwego rwo gukomeza kubungabunga, gushyira imbaraga muri conservation. SGF yagerageje noneho gushyiraho imirongo imwe n'imwe umuturage cyangwa undi wese wegereye ahantu hakomye atagomba kurenga kugira ngo atangirizwa n'inyamaswa. Hari abajyayo bagiye gushaka inkwi, some go there to look for wood, meat. Hari inyamaswa zitari inkazi ziba mu ahantu hakomye, abantu bajyaga bafatiye mbere bakagera gute, bakajya kuzifata. In the morning twabonye presentation ivuga kuri penal sanctions bari abantu bahabwa in case they are caught, ariko nanone ntago birangirira kuri penal penalties gusa, hari na civil ones. Umuntu wese wafashwe yagiye muri parike, inyamaswa ikagira icya ikamurya ikamukomeretsa, cyangwa akaba yatuma isohoka yiruka ikajya mu baturage ikabangiriza, ibyo bintu arabiryozwa. Yewe nawe niba yamwangirije, tuvuge yapfuye, abe nta ndishyi bazabona. Ni imirongo yashyizweho kugira ngo barimitinge umuntu wese wasagarira environnement kandi dutegetswe kuyibungabunga. Nshobora gusoma imirongo imwe mu itegeko nk'uko yanditse. Any person who enters the park without authorization, as well as his or her beneficiaries in case of death, they will not get compensation. They are ineligible to compensation. Any person who violates park safety instruction and gets hurt, there are instructions set by the management of park. When you act beyond them and you are hurt by animal, you will not be, you are ineligible to compensation. Any person who is himself or herself the cause of accident or injury inflicted to him or her by an animal because he overstepped the authorized area or provoked the animal. Abazi mu majyaruguru hari fence ya park, then hakaba n'indi parity nakita buffer zone, even if it is small. Hari abantu mubabujijwe gukoreramo ibikorwa. Iyo ugiyemo ukibuka hahinga ibirayi, you are causing the animals to get out because you are closer to them. In that case, any danger that may occur, you yourself, you will be responsible. Again, uruhare rundi rwa SGF muri conservation rugaragarira mu byo ikora. Every year SGF ikora prevention activities. Prevention activities, protected areas zirazwi. Then SGF is engaged in the activities that limit animals from getting from their places to the community. Ingero mu majyaruguru fence hari buri kubera inyamaswa nazo zisagarira buri gihe bigomba gusanwa. SGF nk'abakozi tujyayo, SGF itanga funds kugira ngo izo nkuta zikomeze zikomere kugira ngo abaturage nabo ubwabo batabona icyoho bwo kugera gute byo kujya kwangiza ibiri muri environment iri protected. Habaho inama nyinshi zitandukanye zigamije gukangurira abantu kwirinda ikintu icyo ari cyo cyose cyabangamira atari inyamaswa gusa, cyabangamira n'izindi species ziba mu ishyamba, ibiti. Hari n'ibikorwa wakorera mu ishyamba bikangiza n'umwuka waho, nyeka ko nawo buri protected. My presentation will not last. SGF work hand in hand with the RDB because in giving compensation, one among the resources of fund of SGF is from RDB. It is from RDB in which way? Because SGF is given 5% of gross annual income that the organ in charge of tourism gains from tourism activities. That is RDB. Mu yandi magambo, niba twangije environment, tourism activities ntago zizakorwa uko zakabaye zikorwa, bizagira ingaruka ku muturage utuye hantu wategetswe gukora protection, ubwo azaba nawe agiye kwiyima rights. Kuko avec tourism activities we gain money kandi atari makeya. Ngiye gutanga urugero rumwe muri quota ya mbere, the first quota this year, from July up to September, the compensation that were given to local communities surrounding the protected areas. In northern province, SGF work with or compensate people from Musanze district, Burera district, and the Gicumbi district. Even Rubavu, those districts, their boundaries have the limit with the forest of the National Park of Virunga. In the first quarter of this budget year, in 30 millions and 59,000 were given as compensation to miliyoni 30,592,000 bimaze kwishyurwa muri kota ya mbere abantu bo mu ntara y'amajyaruguru mu turere navuze kubera bangirijwe n'inyamaswa. Mu ntara y'amajyepfo mu turere twa Nyamagabe, Nyaruguru, Kamonyi, nituvuga Kamonyi ntuvuge ngo nta shyamba rihari, hari umugezi wa Nyabarongo ubamo hypopos, habamo imvubu zangiza zikomeretsa abantu, naho hamaze kwishyurwa muri kota ya mbere hamaze kwishyurwa 1,718,000. Mu ntara y'Iburasirazuba hamaze kwishyurwa 15,353,053 mu turere twa Rwamagana, Ngoma, Kirehe, Bugesera, Gatsibo, Kayonza na Nyagatare. Mu ntara y'Uburengerazuba, Karongi, Rutsiro, Nyabihu, Nyamasheke na Rusizi hamaze gutangwa indishyi zigeze ku mafaranga 593 muri kota ya mbere. Ibi nagira mbivuze kugira ngo twerekane uburyo abaturage baturiye ziriya protected areas bahabwa ibikwiye byose bishoboka kugira ngo bahe environnement amahoro, nayo kandi leta igerageze environnement ihe abaturage amahoro. Murakoze, presentation yanjye ntabwo narenzaho kubera umwanya w'igihe. Waba afite ikibazo kiri specific cyangwa iki yakumva kitakemutse neza nabashaka kubaza twamufasha.
Yes, and I would be very happy if I get some questions from the students. Yes, because the presentation was very clear, and I think, yes.
Murakoze, nitwa Bernard. Niga muri IPRC KITABI, muri Department ya Nature Conservation. Mugerageza gutanga compensation ku baturage baba bangirijwe n'inyamaswa, ariko iyo wumvisha amakuru akenshi yava mu baturage bavuga yuko uburyo mwishyuramo abo baturage baba bangirijwe buratinda, ku buryo bituma rimwe na rimwe biheba bakavuga yuko mutakibishuye, noneho bakaza umuco wo kwihorera za nyamaswa zageramo kugira ngo noneho bazibungabunga cyangwa se babamenyeshe bakazica. Ni ikibazo mfite, ni izihe strategy mufite cyangwa se muzabigenza mute kugira ngo nibuze kwishyura abo baturage bikorwe vuba nabo bagira uruhare mu kubungabunga izo nyamaswa? Murakoze.
Urakoze cyane. Icyo kibazo navuga ko gisa nk'ikimaze kuba amateka, sinzi niba hari case ufite y'ubu ngubu ya vuba aho umuturage inyamaswa yamwangirizaga cyangwa yamukomeretsa bagenzi be batereka twihorera. Ubu ngubu cano uko imeze, umuturage arangirizwa akamenyesha inzego za leta z'ibanze, we case ye cyangwa uruhare rwe mu gukurikirana dosiye ruba rurangiye mpaka tuhageze. Umurenge nirwo rwego rwa nyuma ngire ngo rusinya kuri dosiye rufatanyije na RDB, bakitwoherereza message twe duhita tuhagera tukabonana n'umuturage nyiri kwangirizwa imitungo, then tukamwishyurira iwabo nta nubwo ageze i Kigali. Icyo kibazo ni uko cyakemuwemo, kandi niyo practice iriho nonaha niyo iri gukoreshwa kugira ngo hirindwe ngo hari uzava kure, hari uzabura tike, abantu basangwa aho bari, mu gihe amadosiye yabo bigaragaye ko hari bahita bagerwaho.
So hano dufite ikindi kibazo.
Okay, murakoze. Amazina ni Jean Damascene Ntakirutimana, gusa bakunze kumamagara Kinyoni. Ndashimira cyane ibiganiro ko mwagiye mubitambutsa, bavuze kuri bijyanye na revenue sharing, even n'iki ngicyo ukurikijeho cya compensation. Lili, inshuro nyinshi ngera kuri tele ni kenshi ngenda mpura n'abaturage bagerageza encroaching those natural resources. Iyo ugerageje kubabaza bakubwira ko nta yandi mahitamo bafite yo kugira ngo babone ibibasha kuba byabatunga. Aho ngaho ngiye mpita numva ngiye ngeze mu bintu nakitwa n'urujijo, nkibaza ese iyo uburyo mutangamo iyo revenue sharing nibwo buryo budasobanutse cyangwa se ntago nyirizina buri there is inequality. Ikindi nibaza kubera iki mufokasinga kuri revenue sharing mukajya wenda no kuri iyo compensation, mukajya kuri some punishment to those breaking the laws, ariko twagera ku bijyanye na programs which could really help the community in line with conservation awareness, ugasanga aho ngaho nta mbaraga mwabishyizemo. Mbega kubera iki ibyo bintu bitagenda bihabwa agaciro ngo haboneke programs zibafasha kugira ngo bagire ubwo bumenyi, cyangwa se bahabwe n'ayo masomo agiye atandukanye y'uburyo ki bashobora kubenefitinga? Kuko ntekereza ko sometime kuba niyo revenue sharing bayihabwa ariko ntibabe bahagarara, ari uko wenda uburyo muyitangamo mu buryo buri indirect nta kintu bita bibafasha toward their daily livelihood. Ese n'ubuhe buryo mwakoresha no kugira ngo mubafashe bige cyangwa se bahugurwe babone buryo ki bashobora no kubyaza umusaruro wa mutungo kamere ariko mu buryo buri directement? Noneho murakoze cyane.
Urakoze cyane, reka twumve contribution ya Monsieur Pascal kuri iki kibazo yenda mbere yo kuba twakwakira ikindi niba kiraba gihari. Yes,
urakoze Kinyoni. Mbabajwe nuko icyo kibazo utakibajije cyane umuntu wo muri RDB akiri hano, kuko we yari kukubera specific akakubwira n'ibyo bakoze n'ibyo bari guteganya bindi. Ngire ngo naramwe yabivuze.
Mwamakanya namusubiza.
Yeah, thank you. You are welcome.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, maybe the question is relevant in a way that it shows that the information has not flowed to everywhere it had to reach. But I would like to inform the person who asked the question and to bring to the attention of the whole audience that in relation to community engagement, we have three main programs. First is awareness. We have at least 2 community conservation wardens at park level, and these work on building awareness, supporting community cooperatives, supporting wildlife clubs where they are, be it in schools or outside schools. And we have training sessions. We have, if I give you the example of Akagera, they organize free visits to the park for different levels of the community. Students, school kids, community leaders from the local community and from the local administration, and all those categories in specific groups have an opportunity to visit the park, not just to visit the park, but to sit together with the park management and to have a conversation on what is needed, what can be done, what attitudes are needed either side. And we expect that this also be organized in Nyungwe, where that program is in a plan. But if you go to volcanoes or Gishwati Mukura, you also have such engagement sessions. That's the first component. The second component is what I have talked about, the tourism revenue sharing. We don't just fund projects, but we have also the mandate to follow up the implementation of those projects in collaboration with the representatives of the local administration. We have had, in collaboration with conservation partners, training sessions, capacity building in a project proposals, drafting. We have had capacity building in the improvement of local products like handicraft or any other agriculture-based product that we have had, and it's a continuous program. And on another hand, we have the human-wildlife conflict management, to which we collaborate with the local communities, the local administration, and the Special Guarantee Fund. We are always there to witness the problems incurred by the local communities and caused by wildlife. And when we implement the tourism revenue sharing program, we take also into consideration the problems that the local communities may have with the parks, with the wildlife. If there is an area which is more prone to damages caused by wildlife, our contribution will be to invest in solutions, preventive solutions, like also the Special Guarantee Fund has accepted to put funds in preventive measures, which will reduce the damages caused to the local communities, but which also will reduce the compensation which is paid to the communities and which can be used to cover other needs. I think this is clear to respond to the person who asked who expressed the concern, but to bring also the clarity to the other people in the audience. And what I can confess is that all those programs have not yet reached every member of the community. And it's a continuous program, and we have observed that every year we have an improvement compared to previous years. And we expect that we reach an era where we have the human-wildlife conflicts reduced to a minimum, a strict minimum, and as we also can witness the full collaboration of certain members of the local community to the implementation of those solutions which are proposed. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ngoga, for a very good contribution and clarifications also provided. Thank you, Pascal, and the student and audience. And I think we are, after hearing different presentations from different partners, we wanted to be in another session, which is going to be led by the principal of IPRC KITABI. I immediately invited him to come and, yes, lead this next session. Thank you very much.
Mwongeye kwirirwa mwarushye mwashonje biragaragara. So for the sake of time, we had our last session, which is a panel discussion, and all the intention was to share much more information on how human rights relates to conservation practice or approaches. So since I'm going to be moderating this session, I'm going to use the least time possible to deliver the message you wanted to deliver, for you at least to get some rest. So mwihangane, in a few minutes session tuisoze, sibyo? And basically I'm going to give you advantage to lead the session and not me. So the way you want to lead it will make us finish earlier, or if you want to stay here, it will also depend on you. So I'm going to ask you, the audience, to ask questions on key issues or anything that you want us or anyone of us to clarify in as far as human rights and conservation is concerned. I know you are from different departments. Some of you are from conservation, some of you are from tourism, and others are from forestry. And all these departments are linked in a way that you are either using natural resources or conserving and managing natural resources. In one way or the other, you have to address the rights and privileges people should be benefiting from the use of natural resources. So mwese birabareba. Ubwo rero tudatinze, the panelists, you can feel free to take a seat up, because if they ask a question, you will be the ones to answer. Sivjera? So it is going to be a panel discussion, but based on the questions that you are going to give us. So whoever comes first, we go for the first question. Kandi mwamu dafite ibibazo genda bibabaza. Sibyo? Any question? As they take the seats, I want to introduce them. We have Isdol, you know him, he's the head of department for conservation and nature conservation department. Isdol is also a specialist in biodiversity conservation, and he offers some of the courses in our curriculum. Next is Pascal. He works with the compensation department from Special Guarantee Fund, and you already shared us with what their intervention, one of the best practices in Rwanda, where even those whose property is destroyed, there is a fund created by government to support them, to compensate them in the name of conservation. And not only in the name of Jesus Christ, but in the name of conservation. Otherwise, inyamaswa zajya zonera abantu bakavuga bati Imana ibafashemo. Cyangwa se Yesu Yezu Kristo abibafashemo, ariko leta yashyizeho iyo gahunda ikavuga niwonerwa cyangwa se nihabaho ikibazo kikomoka ku nyamaswa, then for the sake of conservation you are compensated. So the next person from this side is Concord, Acting Deputy Principal Kitabi, and is going to help me introduce the next person in French because I cannot speak French. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup. Principal, we talked a lot maybe before because he's not listening normally in English because il est purement francophone. Il s'appelle Vincent de Paul Mala Zoalangi dans l'école de phone de Galois, Cameroon.
So we have also a friend from Cameroon, from École de Phone de Garoua, which is a wildlife college in Cameroon. He's a lecturer there. He joined us to participate in this conference. So he will also be sharing us his perspective and how human rights and conservation are dealt with. So I need questions from you guys. Yes.
Thanks, Mr. Principal. My name is Cedric Tuisenje, and I'm a trainer at IPRC KITABI. So my question, I want to address it to Oscar from Special Grant Fund. I would like to know, where do we have 20 compensation? Why can't we invest that money that we are compensating in a project that can prohibit the animals from destroying the community's crops, especially at these non-protected areas like volcanoes? Maybe I'm sorry to ask this question because it's where I'm coming from.
Good. Why not invest instead of compensating abahohotewe? Ahubwo amafaranga akaba yashyirwa ahantu hamwe mu gikorwa kimwe abandi bakisura. Nicyo kibazo mubajije. Another question? Yes, please.
Thank you. My name is Eric Nsengman. I study in the Nature Conservation Department. My question is for Pasco from SGF, Special Grant Fund. I would like to know if in their organization are there an experts who are therefore making the proper cost of in case wild animal escaping from their protected areas and going in the community and start damage their crops or their animals. Is there an expert in your organization who are there to make the proper cost, which is equal to the damaged animal or crops? Because sometimes you will find the people who will make the reclamation of the time you spend, you give them the money, which are very less than the damaged one. So, is there any strategy of making the equal cost of damaged one? Thank you.
Mufite umuntu ubarura neza cyangwa murira abantu mu mibare? Ibyo sinyisemuye neza. Umu expert ushobora kubarura neza cyangwa se na uhari? The last question, and this time from a lady. Huh? I think. Ninde, I want a question from a lady at least. 2 or 3 questions from ladies. I'm going to, should I put you on pressure? Numutabaza ndababaza. Do we have one? Female. One female. Just one. Hagira ubagoboka. Tujye, aha. Good. Mumukomere mu mashyi kwanza.
Murakoze, nitwa Janine Umutoni Wase. Njye nibajije ikibazo ku bijyanye na penalties n'igihe cy'imyaka y'igihano ku wagerageje kwangiza ibyo binyabuzima cyangwa se ibidukikije muri rusange. Ese iyo myaka bayitekerejeho bashingiye kuki? Cyane ko bangiza buri munsi cyangwa se buri uko babonye amahirwe yo kwangiza kuko batabizi. Imyaka y'igihano yo bayishyizeho bagendeye kuki? Murakoze.
Arakoze, Ngoga and the team from RDB, if you are hearing, adufasha gusubiza icyo kibazo kijyanye na penalties ziteganywa n'itegeko, ariko even the panelists, those who can respond will respond. So with those questions, let's take the answers, and then we will have another final round of conclusion. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much. I am Muhizi once again. I can even start to give some comment on the third question. The law, the penalty that is provided for a crime is I can say it is a deterrent. The sanction is set so that anyone who who has the good sense might think of the outcome of what he is going to do. If you know that in case you do this, which is wrong, you will be punished with this punishment, there will be deterrence. You have a good sense, you think very well, you will deter from doing such wrongful act. That is my contribution to the third question. Then coming to the first question, my colleague, a friend asked about not even the cost, about if there is no way to stop paying the compensation and rather invest in
a development project.
Yes. If you remember, maybe in 3 or 2 past years, when His Excellency was in Northern Province, he was in his tour, maybe he was in Musanze or Burera. He was in Musanze or in Burera. He proposed, one of the citizens from that area asked about the same question. He asked why they are paid. He suggested that they don't want to be paid, that instead they need that the animals be broken into the forest. He said, yes, hasabwe yuko nubundi byabrokwa. Muri rusange, SGF is not happy when it is giving compensation. The good way, people should be free and their life and their properties. Paying it is kwishyura abantu ni nko gushaka uburyo bwo gusova ikibazo, ariko ibyiza nuko batakwishyura n'icyo kibazo ntikibeho rwose. Niyo project, then those resources they will be invested in development for the income of the rural community from there.
Twihuse wenda ku kibazo kijyanye na if you have experts that does the costing of the destroyed property or lives and basically valuables, what you base on to do the costing?
Thank you very much. As I said before, SGF works with the sector organ especially, and at the sector organ we have agronome, then veterinary. In case they are crops that are damaged. The agronome makes a report. The agronome is an expert in agriculture. Yes? Veterinary is an expert in animal and related issues. They are the ones that produces those reports that we base on, that SGF base on. I think you are clear.
Yeah, ikindi wenda nakongeraho nuko nuwonewe cyangwa se wa property yangirijwe nawe aba yagaragaje agaciro k'ibyangijwe. Noneho bari aba experts agiye avuga n'inzego zitandukanye nazo zikagira iryo suzuma ry'igena agaciro y'ibintu byangijwe. So quickly, because we don't seem to be having a lot of time, I want to find out from my colleague in Cameroon how conservation and communities have been able to work together for the benefit of communities, but also for the benefit of conservation. Please feel free to respond in French.
Oh. Okay, fine. Okay, thank you. I'm Vincent Zolan of Gawa Wallaf School. I am the head of Schooling and Internship Office. Let me continue in French. Ok. Donc, je crois que je vais d'abord répondre au problème de compensation tout à l'heure, de toute façon, tel qu'il expliquait. Parce qu'il faut dire qu'au niveau international, il n'y a pas un texte qui régit en la matière du système de compensation, surtout en rapport avec les aires protégées. Mais c'est que quand même, finalement, au niveau des États d'Afrique, et surtout au niveau de la COMIFAC, on a essayé de traiter de la question de compensation. Surtout, il faut bien la cerner lorsqu'il y a des dégâts qui sont causés et qui ne sont pas forcément des dégâts humains. Bon, je comprends exactement ce qu'il était en train de dire tout à l'heure, c'est qu'ici au Rwanda, il y a certainement l'organisme qui s'occupe de pouvoir quitter les problèmes de compensation. Mais dans le cas du Cameroun, ce que nous avons, le ministère des Forêts de la Faune, qui s'occupe des aires protégées. Nous avons maintenant le ministère de l'administration territoriale qui s'occupe du territoire. Un peu comme il disait tout à l'heure, lorsqu'il y a un dommage causé par la faune, il faut déjà identifier. Si c'est un dommage qui est causé sur un humain, il y a ce qu'on appelle, on veut comprendre s'il y a eu ce qu'on appelle le cas de légitime défense. C'est-à-dire quoi? C'est-à-dire que finalement, vous pouvez être compensé si on s'assure que vous n'avez pas enfreint la loi. Parce qu'il y a un périmètre qui est interdit à toute personne sans autorisation. Ça signifie que si on se retrouve dans une aire protégée sans avoir eu une autorisation et qu'il y a un dégât causé par la faune sauvage, vous ne pouvez pas être dédommagé. Maintenant, il y a des dégâts qui sont souvent à l'extérieur des aires protégées. Par exemple, il peut y avoir une incursion des animaux dans une plantation quelconque. Maintenant, il faut maintenant qu'une commission puisse siéger. Cette commission-là, c'est plutôt le ministère de l'Agriculture pour venir évaluer les dégâts. Et maintenant, un rapport est dressé pour pouvoir déposer au ministère des Forêts de la Faune qui le transmet à l'administration territoriale pour pouvoir traiter de la question des compensations. Donc, ce que je voulais dire en rapport avec le problème de compensation.
So, murakoze cyane yenda nabafasha gucamo muri make systeme hose zirahari z'uburyo za compensation. Abangirijwe imyaka muri Kameruni yaba ari inyamaswa yangije umuntu yaba yangije properties ziwe nabo bafite systeme yo gukora compensation nkuko no mu Rwanda twabibonye naho hari iby'amategeko ateganya. Ese uyu muntu mbere yuko avuga ngo inyamaswa yamwoneye cyangwa se yamwangije ubwe ku giti cye, ese nta tegeko yari yishe? Iyo bakoze evaluation bagasanga nta tegeko yari yishe, bareba ibyangijwe uko bingana bakabiha agaciro bagakora compensation. Ariko iyo basanze wa muntu ari we wari wishe itegeko, urumva ko nkuko niwacu bimeze niwe ubufite abagomba gutekinga yes responsibility y'ibyo n'ubundi yagize gute y'ibyangijwe kubera ko ari we wabigizemo uruhare. Iyo ni inshamake. Muri Cameroon bafite institution Code de Fond de Garoua nayo iri en charge yo kureba protected areas n'urusobe rw'ibinyabuzima rubikomokamo. Ndetse niyo habaye ngombwa yuko inyamaswa zabaye zageze hanze zikajya kure cyane reserve protégée, hari les institutions cyangwa se les agents en charge yo kumenya yuko bagakora evaluation y'ibyangijwe bikaba compensated ariko in line with the established laws and the regulations. Thank you very much. Good.
Arakoze, thank you, Concord. And I have one good question for Isidore. You have the future leaders of conservation in all different fields, and the issue of human rights is a key component that they have to go with. What are the 2 or 3, 4 key messages that you would want our students to go with in terms of conservation and human rights?
Thank you. Thank you so much for the question. First of all, when it comes to conservation issues, you have to take into consideration 2 aspects. One is wildlife and the local community. Because wildlife have right to life, and the reason why they have to be conserved. And local communities have right to the use of wildlife, to the use or have access to natural resources, and of course maintaining and protecting the habitat. Now, my key message to the students is to make sure that conservation is successful when there is the involvement of local communities' commitment toward the conservation, and being able to transfer the knowledge to the kids, as all of us have been sent to school for just getting knowledge, and maintaining ecosystems and maintaining and taking into consideration local communities' right to having access to natural resources, to have access to land, to have access to water, has to be considered such that we get a sustainable life of our local communities and sustainable health of the ecosystem. Thank you so much.
Yes, thank you very much. You rightly said that no life is greater than the other. Human beings need life. Equally so, fauna and flora, or plants and animals, also need life. So there has to be a balance between the human life and nature life for all to live. And before we think of the life for plants only, we also have to take into consideration the life of communities as well, or plants. Yes, please.
Thank you. I have a question for you, maybe a suggestion for the principal. I would like to know if at the IPRC there is a module that teaches law, because with the awareness, law is awareness actually. Law is awareness. We have people from different areas of the country. When they get back into their families, they will be talking another concept of law. Plus what they know about the conservation. Do you have or do you think you may introduce that? Thank you.
Yep. I think this is a question that he can easily answer. It is talking about if in our curriculum we have courses related to law or wildlife law or law enforcement. Please, you can take.
Thank you so much. Yes, in our curriculum there is a module that is focusing so much on law enforcement, considering the environmental law And we have another module related to wildlife compliance. If there is a problem caused by wildlife, so how to handle it. Handling two things. One, handling the animal that caused the problem, and handling local communities' claim. So for sure, in our curriculum, took into consideration of inserting such module. Thank you.
Yes, you already mentioned two modules dedicated for that. The wildlife law as a module, and compliance. You comply with the law. The law says this, and therefore you have to comply. So there are two modules that clearly shows which law of the land has to be implemented, and even the consequences that would come out of respecting or not respecting the law. I have maybe one just round of comment. I'll start with our colleague from Galwa, and then jump on to Isidore and rather Concord, and to my colleagues. Just one concluding remark as we wind up this session.
Ok. Peut-être que pour revenir sur la question générale de comment est-ce que nous gérons au Cameroun la conservation et les communautés locales, je veux dire que c'est même la question, cette question-là qui a poussé à penser au module de formation qu'on est en train de lancer ce matin à Kitabi, parce que c'est l'école de faune et IPRC KITABI qui ont été en avant-garde grâce à USFISH pour pouvoir lancer ce module-là. Bon, j'ai eu la chance déjà que par le passé, j'ai travaillé dans le cadre des procédures judiciaires, parce qu'on ne peut pas détacher la question des droits humains avec les législations nationales. C'est un peu comme ça. Voilà pourquoi même dans le cadre de ce module que nous avons fait, il est question pour chaque pays de pouvoir l'adapter en fonction des lois nationales. Parce que le module a déjà été dispensé à Garawa, aux étudiants de l'école de faune de Garawa, avec la chance que nous avons au niveau international quand même des aires protégées qui ont un certain statut de biosphère, donc qui intègrent déjà l'implication des populations dans la conservation. Donc c'est une question pour nous de pouvoir évaluer ce qui se fait en rapport avec les contraintes internationales. Donc ça se fait déjà comme ça là. Donc au niveau de ce module, nous avons monté de toute façon. Nous pensons, parce que la question, le matin, le principal pour la question en rapport avec les différentes cibles, c'est que le module, tel que nous l'avons conçu, va intégrer plusieurs cibles. Mais à chaque cible, il faudrait pouvoir le réadapter. Parce qu'avec le professeur Théodore Clefon, on a eu un ensemble de thématiques qui sont plus ou moins complexes, mais à chaque fois, on l'adapte. Par exemple, pour les rangers, on peut peut-être s'appesantir d'abord sur les questions liées à la législation nationale, avant de pouvoir compléter avec ce qui est dit au niveau international. Mais nous avons aussi associé au niveau du Cameroun à cette réflexion-là les magistrats qui sont chargés de pouvoir appliquer la loi et même les forces de maintien de l'ordre pour pouvoir ensemble, dans l'ensemble sectoriel, voir comment est-ce qu'on peut avancer pour pouvoir permettre une implication effective et efficiente des populations locales dans la conservation de la biodiversité.
Murakoze cyane, ndagerageza mu magambo make. Yavuze ku kintu cya legislation yuko muri Cameroon bafite loi legislation ni nk'amategeko, ni nk'amategeko abagenga bakurikiza mu bijyanye cyane no mu guproteja muri protection y'amaparke, protection y'ahandi hantu hakomye. Abantu bose rero kategori zabo baraba ari abaturiye ibyo aho hantu hakomye, bari ahandi hantu hatandukanye mu gihugu, baba bagomba kugira gute kwikomplyinga kuri ayo mategeko. Ikindi nuko bafite ikigo kiri specifique, rira shuri ryabo rya École de faune de Garoua ribafasha gutanga amahugurwa no kongera capacité ku bantu batandukanye kugira ngo bamaking sure yuko vision zabo cyangwa se activity zabo nkuko baba barazi setinze bazigeraho neza kandi abantu bose babasha kubyumva neza. Thank you very much, and I will continue from this. From different discussions, different presentations from today's. The presentations focused both on protected areas, but also on the landscape restorations. And from the different talks, there was a collaborative way. The people, it was recommended by different presenters. Wherever the presentation was done, there was an indication that without people involvement in the protected areas, in conservation, this may not be achieved. It is better if people are being taken into consideration. Again, we are dealing with different environmental aspects. There was forestry, there was a water, there was a land, there was a people, there was biodiversity, there was a human being. And it means that different stakeholders, different partners are needed to be involved and positively collaborated to make sure that they will achieve different targets from different organizations, from different activities. We have understood the IUCN presentation based mainly on the restoration interventions. ARCOS, also agroforestry and human rights in agroforestry. From the remarks from the US fish, also they highlighted on how different people, different communities around the protected areas have to behave to make sure that the conservation effort is being implemented in sustainable ways. Again, from different panelists, also here they highlighted in different countries, not only in Rwanda. We had a chance also to be together also with someone from Cameroon. We have seen, even though there are somehow different strategies they are using, for example, in Rwanda, we have this special grantee fund to deal with these damages caused by wildlife. And again, yes, wherever, even in Cameroon, they have a kind of strategies to compensate. And wherever, either in Rwanda or in Cameroon or in the other part of the world, you have to make sure that you are not destroying already established laws and the regulations to be compensated. And I think I can yes, give the floor to the principal of the college. Yes, thank you.
We are behind schedule. I'll ask my colleague also to, in just 2 words, 2 seconds.
Thank you, the principal. For me, I'm praising the IPRC KITABI, and not only because they have organized this good event, but their contribution in the area of KITABI. Frankly speaking, the SGF used to receive more complaints of people whose their properties were damaged. But currently, the example is this year. We have no single claim coming towards SGF. I don't know if the student pushed the animals into the forest, or if they have tried to explain, to give their lights from what they know from conservation to the community. Really, you are doing good. From that, we think that it will be extended to the world of our country, to the other parties where they are from. Thank you.
Isidore?
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for this opportunity. Actually, conservation is a multidisciplinary aspect whereby different peoples have to put together the efforts and achieve a common goal of having a healthy ecosystem and having happy local communities that are able to have access on natural resources. My note is that human rights and conservation is possible when human life are valued and the ecosystem health is considered, such that it is easy and able to get much expectations from local communities' conservation commitment. Thank you so much.
Thank you, colleagues, for sharing with us what you had for the audience. Like the sim says, human rights and conservation, an equation for ecosystem management and human activities. And from all the panelists and all the presentation we had earlier today, we can realize that for the equation to balance, then the issue of human needs as well as nature conservation approaches have to take into consideration of each other. And therefore, for whatever we think as future leaders, you have to make sure that any conservation approach should take into consideration on how human beings will benefit, of how the costs and the benefits should balance. If you consider one, for example, if you approach conservation from a protective approach, don't touch here, don't do this, then it will only breed to conflicts, and the approach will be unpopular, and therefore your conservation goals might not be sustainable. But if you have an approach that takes into consideration of what communities need, because at the end of the day, communities need to live, they need to be, they don't have to be hungry, they need to have where to stay. If your conservation approach is not addressing any of the human rights, then it will breed into something else. And that is what I get from what everyone said here, as well as what other panelists did share over online from wherever they are, both in Rwanda and outside. So I want to thank you for your time. And I know we still have a long week to go, especially from other participants who will be joining us tomorrow from Gabon and DRC in partnership with our faculty to go on the field and see how conservation practice is being done in the country, hoping that in the future when we start teaching this module to our very own students, but also other stakeholders, they are talking from experience because they have visited different practices. So I want to thank you and wish you well for the coming activities in the week. And with this, we come to close of this session, and I'll change my seat. I know I'm supposed to address you, but you can change your seat as I take my other seat as well. I know there was a lot to continue learning, but I think we have to come to the end of today's seminar. And with this, I want to give the closing remarks and make a few points before we leave. And with this, ladies and gentlemen, I want to once again recognize those that are not physically here with us, but are following us online, and those that are going to be following us in the coming days, because this presentation and sessions are going to be live streamed on YouTube, and the statements earlier presented will go online for more weeks and months and years to come. So for those who are following us, we want to thank you for all the time you have been with us today. And for the students who are before me in this hall, I want to thank you very much for all the attention and time you dedicated to this. Thank you. Please, you can clap for yourself. Today is a special day for IPRC KITABI and Rwanda Polytechnic in general, as we touch on a subject that matters for our country and for our continent. We all know that all human beings depend on nature in all ways, at least for oxygen. If we are not getting money, but I know we all breathe, okay? So since we depend on nature, it is our responsibility to make sure that nature is protected, is conserved. However, we also know that no human being should lose his life or her life, should not have access to food because of conservation. So we have to make sure that we create an equation that will balance what nature needs and what human needs are. And then if we do that, we will create the future that we want. And to be able to do that is you, our future leaders, our current students, to always approach conservation, to always study whatever module you are studying with an aim and intention to provide solutions to the challenges we are facing. This is a new module that was introduced in the Wildlife and Conservation Technology Diploma course, and we will be starting to teaching it in the next coming semester. And we want you to reflect on that when you are being taught. This seminar was meant to officially launch this course, but also prepare you to always think through what you can do for communities, for people, as well as or in the process of managing or improving the quality of our natural resources. So it is a challenge to you. We are setting the ball in your hands for you to go and study, for you to go and research, and know the best conservation approaches that we can always use in order to achieve the greatest objective of our Mother Nature. And I know we are not in this journey alone. We are in this journey together with different stakeholders. And at this time, I want to thank U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service for the support into the curriculum development phase. And we hope we are going to continue walking the journey together in the implementation of this course, both for our own students, but also for different stakeholders, including conservation practitioners, but also the local communities. Like I said earlier, this course is for everyone. We all have responsibility to conserve and use sustainably what is before us. And therefore, we must know what we are supposed to do and what we must not do. And that means that from today, we have over 12 million people to train in Rwanda. That's a very big challenge to our faculty, that we have to prepare these training packages for different audience, from stakeholders, policymakers, to communities, to students, and everyone. And that's why we are calling upon support from those we consider experts, especially the local and international NGOs, ALCOS, WCS, Rwanda Development Board. Of course, he already showed some initiatives the government of Rwanda has done to make sure that the human rights of people are adhered to in the process of conservation. And we want, on behalf of IPRC KITABI, to pledge our commitment to strengthen our own faculty and our own programs to make sure that this course we are going to offer is going to change things around in our country and also beyond. We are going to strengthen our partnerships. We are going to stretch our hands beyond Rwanda, Cameroon, Gabon, DRC, and other Central African countries for which we have been partnering in different initiatives, including a conservation of nature. I want to call upon all expertise that is beyond our reach today to always approach, if we do not approach them, for the common good of conserving nature. I can't stop without thanking the government of Rwanda that has created all the possible means for us to be able to practice, to learn, to engage with different stakeholders. They have created a good education environment for you young people to learn about our today's concerns, for you to create our future. They have created the legal framework in the country that actually becomes a basis upon which we can build to educate our young generation. They have put up programs that have demonstrated that human beings can conserve and live harmoniously together with nature. Programs are different. We already focused on special guarantee fund. We talked of revenue sharing. We talked of consideration of human rights into conservation projects. We talked of IDP model, village models alongside conservation areas where government has taken upon itself to make sure that its nationals have shelter, have security, have access to food in areas where they want to conserve. So the government has done a great deal in this. They put up requirements to meet conservation goals and community goals, including environmental impact assessment that usually addresses community or socio-economic concerns of communities before a conservation project is going to be installed. There are different investments that have been done in the context of Rwanda. Different ecologies around the national parks, which bring revenues that is further invested into different economic activities of our country. So the government has created that conducive environment upon which you, future leaders, should take advantage and sell your approaches to even countries that are still struggling. So I want also to thank RDB, Rwanda Development Board, for having groomed us to be men and women who are able to stand and conserve. Your elder brothers and sisters, I'm very sure that are immensely contributing to the conservation of protected areas, because I know for a fact that 90% of those who are participating in conservation of national parks attended the course at IPRC KITABI. And we have similar graduates that are doing same conservation work in about 11 national parks in DRC and about 7 national parks in Burundi. So if we continue like this, I'm very sure we are going to generate and transfer knowledge and skills to the communities, to policymakers that will change and sustain our own development. So I want to also end by thanking the organizers of this event, the funders, U.S. Fish and Wildlife, USAID. You can read the logo, RIFIAC, and our very own ADMA for the technology and the young people transmitting all this message to the world. I want to thank you, Chris and the team, and Ryan, the organizing team from Kitabi, Isdol, and Nancy, who is now in the USA. I hope she started her Thanksgiving celebration today. The leadership of U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, and the leadership of Rwanda Polytechnic. As always, Rwanda Polytechnic is here to develop skills for a future, for a better destiny. I thank you all, and I wish you all the best as you go back to your holidays. I know you are in holidays. Take some time to reflect on this. Take some time to visit websites of all the partners that gave us presentation. Visit the website of ICN, visit the website of WCS, visit the website of ALCOS, and other organizations for you to get first-hand information, for you to be able to enrich your knowledge in issues that we discussed today. So we wish you well, and I think if I'm not mistaken, we want to be meeting again before the end of the year. So I want to take this opportunity on behalf of RP leadership and IPRC KITABI to wish you a happy end of the year. Enjoy your holidays wisely, and when Christmas comes, celebrate it. And when New Year comes, celebrate it. Until then, we will meet in when we begin our next semester, probably February 2022. Thank you very much.
Murakoze cyane principal for concluding remarks. Ariko a special day of this event, it would be better if the technical team, protocol team can help us to take a picture of today's event.
Some announcements and then okay, we are going to, the seminar has already ended, the module was officially launched. So these are two announcements and logistics. We are going to take photos because this is a new day for us, and I want to keep record of this. And therefore, I'll ask the first 3 lines, okay, 3 to 4 lines. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yes, abadi hano mbere 4 lines to come over and stand the other side. The first 4 lines, please, of students and staff, please come forward. You're going to take a photo, and then number 2, as they come. It is logistics for not us to get close so much to each other, we are going to create groups. Those who are from wildlife management, tourism, you make separate groups, and then your respective heads of department or lecturers are going to facilitate you as you go outside. All right? So that's about 1, 2, 3, 4, 4 departments. You sit in that order, and then your lecturers will come and facilitate you for your transport. So just bring some seats.